Okay, we are now live on YouTube.
Good afternoon, Frankie and Aaron.
Hey, Ricky.
Good afternoon.
Chipper, you need to reverse your camera.
Say what?
You need to reverse your camera. We're looking at your yellow glass. There you go.
There you go.
It's not better, but I appreciate it.
And Chip, if you could slide back just a little bit, you're really, really close to the camera. Perfect, thank you.
How's that?
As far as my and Mr. Mayor, we're ready to go.
Thank you, sir. I'll wait till 6 o'clock on the nose. We're at 5:59 right now and counting. Up 6 o'clock. Welcome, everyone. Good evening. I'd like to welcome everyone to the July 14th, 2020 Graham City Council meeting. For this meeting, the city is convening by Zoom video phone conference as posted by the City of Graham website, identifying how the public may join. Due to the CV-19 pandemic, this meeting is being held via Zoom platform. The meeting will be live streamed on the City of Graham's YouTube page at www.youtube.com and type in City of Graham, North Carolina. Please note this meeting is being recorded. If anyone is having technical or connection difficulties, please contact Preston Jenkins at 336-347-8674 for support. For items not on tonight's agenda, public comments, to address the council at this meeting, please indicate that you wish to do so by using the raise hand feature on Zoom, or if by phone, press *9. And our meeting host will notify me that you wish to speak. As a preliminary matter, I, Jerry Peterman, Mayor, City of Graham, I'd like to confirm that all members and persons anticipated on the agenda are present and can hear me. Members present, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Mayor Pro Tem Chip Turner.
Here, Mayor.
Councilmember Melody Wiggins.
Here.
Councilmember Jennifer Talley.
Here.
Councilmember Ricky Hall.
Present.
Staff participants, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. City Manager Frankie Manus.
Here.
Assistant City Manager Aaron Holland.
Here.
City Attorney Brian Coleman.
Here.
City Clerk Darcy Sperry.
Here.
Planning Director Nathan Page.
Here.
And Downtown Development Coordinator Mary Fawcett.
Here.
Jeff, if you would, please. All right. Now we'd like to do our invocation. If you bow your head with me, please. Heavenly Father, thank you for this day and the blessings that you've given us. Be with us tonight as we conduct the city's business. Please remember the family of Graham Fire Department and Chapel Hill Fire Department member Jimmy Lambert, who passed earlier this week. Remember, always protect those that protect us. In your heavenly name we pray. Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, please rise for our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now, first we'll start our consent agenda. Number one, A, approval minutes, June 9th, 2020. B is approval minutes, July the 8th, 2020. C, approved tax collectors year-end report. D, approved 2019 outstanding tax listing. E, approved resolution authorizing conveyance of a 2005 Chevy Impala and a 2008 Crown Victoria to Alamance Community College. F, approve an ordinance of the city of Graham repealing Article, it's Article 6, parade or demonstration permit. Does anybody want to pull anything off the consent agenda? If not, I need a motion to approve.
So
Mr.
moved.
Mayor, I make a
Thank you,
motion.
Ricky. Who had a question? Okay, I have a motion. I need a second.
Second.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, all in favor? I will poll the council. First, Chip Turner,
Aye.
Melody Wiggins,
Aye.
Jennifer Talley,
Aye.
repeat,
Aye.
Ricky Hall,
Aye.
and I vote aye myself. That motion carries unanimous. Now, let me get rid of that part. Next, we go to two. Number two is old business. If anyone in attendance would like to speak during the agenda item, please indicate you wish to do so by using the raise the hand feature in the Zoom, or if by phone, press *9 to notify the host you wish to speak. We will recognize you at the appropriate time to speak. If you're having technical difficulties, please contact Preston Jenkins at 336-347-8674 to provide your comments to be read. At this time, I'd like to recognize Assistant City Manager Aaron Holland to present this item. I call on public comments following the discussion by the council member. Aaron, if you would, please.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a voluntary annexation request to extend the corporate limits for 2 lots that are approximately 77 acres off Jim Minor Road. Because the planning board tabled the zoning request and the subdivision request, staff is recommending that the public hearings for this item, along with items 3A and 3B, be tabled and continued until the August 11th meeting.
All right, questions for the staff? Mayor Pro Tem, please.
No questions.
Melody, please.
No questions.
Ricky,
No questions.
Jennifer.
Just that my question is really for the attorney to just make sure that he has looked over this, the location of these annexations, and that he feels that it's fine to move forward.
By looking over them, do you mean the sufficiency of the?
Correct.
I think that part's already been done, yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I don't think it had been done at the last meeting, but I could be wrong.
Is that it, Jennifer?
Yeah, that's it.
At this time, I will make a motion to postpone this item and 3A and 3B to the August 11th, 2020 meeting. And I need a second for that, please.
Second.
Second, you, Mayor.
Thank you. I will poll the council. Mayor Pro Tem,
Aye.
Melody Wiggins, please.
Aye.
Ricky Hall,
Aye.
Jennifer Talley.
Aye.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, we will move all 3 of those to August 11th. All right, let me get my next page here. Next is 2B, public hearing, voluntary contiguous annexation of 6.37 acres located on 1455 East Hardin Street. If anyone in attendance again would like to speak during this agenda item, please indicate you wish to do so by using the raise hand feature on Zoom or by pressing *9 on your phone. If you have any problems, call Preston Jenkins at 336-347-8674. At this time, I'll recognize Assistant City Manager Aaron Highland to present this for us, please. Aaron, if you would.
Thank you, Mayor. The attached petition seeks the council's approval for an extension of the corporate limits to annex the property located at 1455 East Hardin Street. The annexation process has multiple steps following the public hearing approval of an annexation ordinance. The final step for council, this is the final step for council in the annexation process. The fiscal impact to the city is expected to be negligible. There is already city water available at the property, and the city provides trash service in the vicinity. Staff recommends approval for this request.
Questions for staff. We'll start with Melody, please.
No, sir.
Ricky Howell,
None at this time.
Jennifer,
None.
Chip Turner.
No, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a
Yes,
motion.
sir.
I'll make a motion.
Ricky, this is a public hearing, so I need to go to the Zoom feature here. So at this time, it's a public hearing. Please state your name and address for the record, and Jeff will let me know who wants to speak. Jeff, if you would.
If there's anyone in attendance that would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the raise hand feature in Zoom. Now, Mr. Mayor, we have one person at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Carrie, it looks like Carrie Griffin. I'm going to allow them to talk.
Are you there, Ms. Griffin?
Yes, can you hear me?
Let me have your name and address, please, if you would.
This is Carrie Griffin, and I am at 1745 North Carolina Highway 49. And then my business is at 313 Providence Road in Graham, North Carolina.
Remember, we have 3 minutes on agenda items, okay?
Yes, sir. I want to thank you and the council members for the opportunity to view tonight's council meeting. As a business owner, patron, and parent of school children in Graham, I understand how important accessibility to local government is to the community. I understand this is a public hearing, and if not for COVID-19, these meetings would be conducted in a public space where citizens could get actual face time with their elected officials. Is this correct?
Correct.
So I'm curious as to why Councilwoman Jennifer Talley is not present with her video during these council meetings. Could she speak to that?
Yes, I will. Council member Jennifer Talley chose not to be visual, and we checked with our lawyers, and each one of us could do that if we wanted to. It's perfectly legal.
Okay, can Jennifer Talley explain to her constituents why that is?
That's up to Jennifer.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Is this relevant? Is this relevant to the case that we're hearing here now?
Well, we'll give her a little leeway and let her see where she's going with it and see if she can tie it in. Jennifer, are you going to respond? If not, let me know.
There's just been threats on social media. I choose not to have my video on here. There's no reason why I can't continue to do business and do the work that I'm being called to do. But just choose at this time not to have my picture up.
Ms. Griffin, get to the topic of the annexation, if you would, please.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else, Jeff? If not, then I'll close the public comments of the hearing, and I'll go to the council and ask for a motion. I'll move you to page 77, unless you have some discussion.
Mr. Mayor, I move we approve the annexation ordinance to extend the corporate limits of the city of Graham, North Carolina for 1455 East Hardin Street.
Thank you, ma'am. I need a second.
I second it, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. I will poll the council. All in favor? I'll go to Chip Turner, please.
Aye.
Melody Wiggins,
Approved. Aye.
Jennifer,
Aye.
and Ricky Howell.
Aye.
And I vote aye myself. So the vote is unanimous. This will pass. So Next, we go to recommendations from the planning board. This is a public hearing, Riley's Meadow, application by Tony Tate for initiation of zoning, 77 acres, Jim Minor Road. I think this is the one we postponed, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we postponed 3A and B, and I think you guys are on 3C.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm on 3C. Move that. I'll bring in 3C. All right, this recommendation from the planning board, public hearing, Jimmy Kerr B2, RZ 2003, application rezoning from I1 to B2 for 7.55 acres. Anyone wishing to, in attendance, wants to speak on this during the this agenda item, please indicate you wish to speak by the raise hand feature on Zoom, or if by phone, press *9 to notify the host you wish to speak. We will recognize you at the appropriate time to speak. If you're having technical difficulties, please contact Preston Jenkins at 336-347-8674. And next, we're going to have Planning Director Nathan Page to give us a rundown on this. Nathan, if you would, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is a request to rezone the subject property from light industrial to general business. The lot has been vacant for some time. The rezoning request is to develop for the purpose of building a single-family dwelling as a primary residence as well as a retail nursery. And I do believe that the applicant is present in the attendees room.
Thank you, sir. Let's have questions to the staff. I'll start with Ricky, please.
I have none at this time.
Melody, please.
Not at this time, sir.
Jennifer.
For Nathan, can you, I'm sorry, could you say again the description of it? You said it was a nursery. Is that right?
So as you're aware, when you rezone a property, the property owner can use it for any of the purposes that are listed in that rezoning. But the application that was in the packet had in it some information that said the initial intended uses are to develop the raw land for the purpose of building a dwelling, single family detached for use as a primary residence as well as a retail nursery per section 10.135.
Okay, no questions.
I have no questions. I poll everyone.
I have no questions either, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chip. See, at this time, we'll open the public hearing. Please state your name and address for the record once you're called upon. Anybody want to speak on this?
Mr. Mayor, at this time, we have one person, looks like Ed Freshwater.
Mr. Freshwater.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm an adjacent property owner to the 77 acres, and I'm just trying to understand what's happening here. I'm not real familiar with your procedures, et cetera. I did just hear about a single family detached home. I guess I'm confused, 77 acres for, is that what this is just being planned for, or is that only a portion of it?
It's 7.55 acres. It's not 77.
I'm sorry.
Gary, I think he's thinking about the 77 acres as the Riley Meadows. That was postponed, sir.
Okay. I think that 77 acres must be the one that's adjacent to me. The shapes look similar. Okay, so
Yes,
that one's postponed until next month, I understand.
Yes, sir.
Jim Minor.
Yes. Do you have, this may be out of procedure, but I just have no idea what they're doing there. And it is adjacent to our historic farm, and I am concerned about what's going on. So I just don't know what it is.
Yes, sir. If I were, let me advise you, just come by City Hall, give them a call first.
Okay.
And talk to the planning department.
Okay.
And they will run you through and give you every bit of information you need.
Okay.
Okay.
Planning department.
Yes,
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right.
Anyone else?
There is one more person, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
All right, Benson, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Let me have your name and address, if you would, please.
My name's Benton Neese. The property adjacent to that is, was my mother-in-law's land, and we're in the process of setting it up for sale. We just were wondering, is there any indication of how much of that property is going to be used for nursery? Is it, do you have any idea on that? And what kind of impact that may have on our property?
Let's go to Nathan. Nathan, do you have any idea? I know that there's a list of things that he can do once this is rezoned, other than doing a nursery. But do you have any idea or plans what he has?
No plans were submitted by the applicant. The reason that the staff recommended approval for it is because, given the proximity to Alamance Community College, the general business that allows for some more student-oriented uses was a better fit for the zoning than the existing light industrial.
Did that answer your question, Mr. Neese?
Yes, it did. Thank you.
And
Yes, sir. Anything else?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Jerry, can I interrupt you and ask Mr. Neese to state his address?
My actual address is 1470 Country Meadows Lane in Kernersville.
Thank you, Mr. Neese. I should have asked you that when I first got you up there. My fault.
Problem.
Take care, sir. This will work out, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Anybody else have a question?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. We got one more, Terry Griffin.
Hey, Ms. Griffin. Name and address, please.
Hi, Mr. Peterman. Carrie Griffin, 313 Providence Road, Graham, North Carolina. I just have a quick question. If Miss Tally is so afraid to show her face, why do we have to give our addresses?
Do you have any question concerning the rezoning that we're working on?
Not exactly. I'm just curious about the safety issue with addresses and showing her face.
Do you have any questions on the rezoning?
No, but I would like for the council member to be seen during the council meeting. And I'm curious if she would be seen if it was in a actual public space.
I appreciate that. This is questions that you asked at the end of the meeting for stuff not on the agenda. Right now, we need to concentrate on the agenda items.
I understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
you,
you,
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, ma'am. Anyone else, Jeff?
No, sir.
Jeff,
Excuse me. No, sir, Mr. Mayor, not at this time.
then let's talk about it over the council. What does everybody think about this?
And so Nathan, where the industrial property that the regional park, there's not any, you said it's a better use for the B2 rather than, even though it's across from the regional park that's zoned industrial.
This is not,
Yeah, actually, it's across from Alamance Community College. The industrial park has a residential development between the subject property and the industrial park.
Okay.
If Jennifer, if you can see the map, that's Oldfields to the southeast with the Stanson Street. And then, of course, the North Carolina Commerce Park is southeast of that. This is right near
It says this development is across the street from the Graham Regional Park, which is recently, well, I mean, so that's the regional park, not the industrial park.
I believe that was the previous agenda item, Ms. Tally.
Okay.
okay, back where we're supposed to be?
No, it's not. I'm reading. It's not. The one I'm on is, okay. My point is that there's not a need. Is that correct, Nathan? For, you don't see them possibly developing that as any kind of industrial?
Can you help me understand which page you're on the agenda, and then I'll see if I made a mistake in the write-up?
Well, that's irrelevant. My point is, what I'm saying to you is that right now it's zoned industrial and they're wanting to change it. So my question to you is, the reason you said you recommended it was because you thought it was a better use there. And so I'm just asking for an explanation as to why you think it's a better use there.
The future land use plan calls the ACC region an educational district. And I felt like general business was closer to that than light industrial.
Hey, call me later. I'm in a meeting. I can see that myself. You're looking at industry, and then you're looking at R18, and that's a pretty big shock right there. So if you go in industry down to B2 and then R18, I think it's a gentler slope. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's not quite as shocking if you try to buy a house or live there at R18.
Okay.
Okay. Does anybody else got any questions? Then let me move you to page 104 in your agenda packet, and I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move that the application be approved. The application is consistent with the Graham 2035 Comprehensive Plan. This action is reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. In keeping with policy 2.2.1 and 2.2.3, rezoning the subject property would permit development more fitting of the educational district.
Thank you, ma'am. I need a second.
I second, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. I'll poll the council. Mayor Pro Tem, Melody Wiggins,
Aye.
Ricky Hall,
Aye.
Jennifer Talley,
Aye.
and I vote aye. All right, that passes unanimously. Next, we will go to 3D. Let me grab that. Remember, if anyone in attendance would like to speak during this agenda item, please indicate you wish to do so by using the raise hand feature on Zoom. And if by phone, press *9 to notify the host you wish to speak. We will recognize you at the appropriate time to speak. If you're having technical difficulties, please contact Preston Jenkins at 336-347-8674, and he will help you do that. Now I'd like to go to Nathan Page. Nathan, if you would, please.
Mr. Mayor,
This is a request to rezone the subject property from R18 to R9. The property is currently wooded. This property was crossed by the proposed southern loop, which has subsequently been removed. The stated reason for this request is to build a residential subdivision, and no sketch plans have been submitted for the subdivision at this time. The applicant, Scott Wallace, is in attendance.
Thank you, sir. Ricky, did you have something to add?
Mr. Mayor, I need to state that I live within a quarter of a mile of this said property.
Do you think that would stop you from voting one way or another?
No, sir, but I wanted it for the record.
Does anybody think that Ricky ought to be recused?
No, sir.
Chip?
No, sir.
Ms. Talley?
No, sir.
Ricky, you'll stand with us, please. Questions for the staff? Melody, I think I started with you a while ago. Let's go with Jennifer, please.
It looks like it has R18 there to the left, but it is surrounded by R12. Is there a reason that they couldn't do the R12 from R18 to be more consistent with the neighborhood? Because I don't see any R9 at all abutting this property.
Was a question to Nathan.
Well, I'm just putting it out there for the developer or for Nathan. Did he talk to him about doing R12?
Mayor, Scott Wallace has his hand raised if you'd like for me to bring him in.
Well, let's see if anybody else has a question for the staff, and then we'll bring him in. Anyone have a question for the staff? Then let's bring him in then.
Yes, sir. Mr. Wallace, you've been unmuted. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Mr. Wallace,
Yes.
let me have your name and address if you would, please, sir.
Yes, my name is Scott Wallace, and I'm president of Keystone Group. We do business as Keystone Homes. Our office address is 3708 Alliance Drive in Greensboro, 27407.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Peterman and council, for letting me speak just a moment here. We are looking for another, looking forward to doing another high quality community there in Graham. As you may or may not know, we're currently building homes on the other side of Rogers Road, currently in the West Hill community, both in with townhomes as well as R9 lots, as well as R12 lots across the street on Rogers Road. And so this particular property has some challenges with topography as well as streams through the property. And able to have some flexibility to work through that density. I mean, that topography. After consulting with the staff, it was thought that R9 would be the best opportunity to do that and to satisfy housing needs for a lot of the empty nesters and young families in the Graham area. It will be what we're doing here, looking for to develop this community is the segue from our West Hill community. It's been a very popular housing community, home community for, like I said, empty nesters and young families and all in between. And I guess just with that, that's what we're looking to do. We're really proud of what our work is. We're a local home builder here in the Triad, and we look very much forward to doing another first-class, high-quality development. And I'd love to answer any additional questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Melody, questions, please.
Yes, sir. I would point out, though, Mr. Mayor, that we are discussing a rezoning. We are not discussing a subdivision this evening.
Exactly. Chipper, questions?
No questions at this time.
Ricky Hall, questions, please.
Yes, sir. I have a question. Are there going to be multiple entrances into the subdivision?
So there are two entrances, and I'll let Nathan chime in as well, but there'll be an entrance along Darrell Road as well as Council Road. There's a terminus at the end of Council Road that was planned and platted some years ago when the boulevard was planned there. So, but I'd ask Nathan to confirm the two entrances and anything else he'd want to add.
As was previously alluded, the internal layout, the number of lots, and the overall design of the subdivision would come before the City Council for approval as a subdivision. However, there are at least two legal accesses to this parcel, one of which is off of Darrell Drive and one of which is off of Council to the southeast.
So we're going to be adding more traffic to Lacey Holt, where there is already two large subdivisions on Rogers Road that will intersect with Lacey. So we're going to add more traffic to it.
Was that a question or was that just a statement?
That's a question.
The answer is yes.
With additional homes, we expect, because of the topography and the streams on the property, that we're gonna, as far as homes per acre, is gonna be well below 3 homes per acre. So yes, sir. I mean, with any homes that we build, it will add a very small amount of traffic in our view. And I know traffic's not always popular, but I do know that it'll provide a small amount of traffic. I'm not positive, but I think there's going to be there's a traffic signal planned currently for Rogers Road and Lacey Holt. I don't know that for sure, or maybe it's a turn lanes that are planned for that area. And once again, I would ask Nathan to help answer that.
Turn lanes have been required for Roger Springs and Forks of the Alamance. There is actually work going on there today as I drove through it. The traffic light has been scored by NCDOT, and at this time, they're not interested in putting in a light at that location. It may be that additional residential density will have a light be installed at that location in the future.
My next question, Mayor,
Yes, sir.
Has the residents along both sides of the subdivision been notified? I'm finished, Mayor.
Okay, thanks, sir. Nathan, did you answer the question for him, please?
Yes, sir. As per our notice requirements, these were actually notified twice because of the hiccup in the timing between the city council meeting and the planning board meeting. They were all received a notice in June and then another notice, I believe around the 1st of July for each one of these rezonings.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
No question at this time.
Jennifer, have you asked a question?
No. I'd like to though.
Please.
So from what I can count, there's pretty much either 10 to 12 properties around that property, actually 15, and they're either R12 or they're R18. And I just first like to ask the question of Nathan. It's 35 acres. Under the current zoning, 3 to 6 dwelling units per acre, and under the current zoning of R18, how many homes would be allowable in that property as it's currently zoned versus how many would be allowable under R9?
While it would appear to just be a simple doubling, it's not that easy given that much of the land would have to be devoted to street rights of way. And as Mr. Wallace alluded, there is at least one stream buffer on that lot. Another one would have to be evaluated, and there is some topography issues, particularly on the east side of the land, that would be important. But the number of lots would increase under an R9 versus an R18.
Like by double or less than double?
Less than double.
Well, I mean, I guess I really feel for this is right slap dab in the middle of, you know, an area that is developed all around there. And I feel like those individuals, you know, have already made their investment. And while this developer has come in and is interested in developing there, we certainly love people being able to develop in Graham and building houses. But I think people there in that very established area with, you know, all of these other neighborhoods around here that are developed to be consistent in accordance with the 2035 plan, it seems that we would want to stay with R12 at least. And so I think I'd be amenable to possibly going from R18 to R12, but I don't think I would agree that that's consistent. I mean, I guess I just kind of feel like, why do we even have a land use plan with every single time a development comes to town, we are changing it and going down? And I don't really feel it. I could see it if there was nothing around this particular property and you're not really affecting someone that's already built their home, but their home is the most valuable investment most people have in their lifetime. And I, you know, want to do something that is nice in the area and would like to have, Mr. Wallace be able to do that, but I also think it's very important to be consistent and build within an established neighborhood a consistent look and feel, and have some respect for the neighbors that are already there. And also to speak to Ricky's issue about traffic, you know, a lot of these roads getting to this particular property were built years ago and weren't built with the idea that this many people would be traveling on them. So even though in this development, this developer may build his roads to current standard today, the roads leading to this development may not be such. So I just don't want to put I have concerns about putting an undue burden on the existing property owners that surround that development.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other things? Anything else?
Nope.
Okay. Ricky, Chip, you spoke. Melody, have you spoken?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All righty. Then we will close the our portion of this, and we'll go to the public. Please state your name and address. Has anybody raised their hand to speak? Jeff?
Yes, sir. We have some, Mr. Mayor. First one's going to be Keith Wilson.
Okay. Mr. Wilson, let us have your name and address if you would, please, sir.
Mayor, can you hear me? Can you hear me okay, Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes, sir. My name is Keith Wilson, and my address is 2363 Council Road. And I want to thank you and Mayor Pro Tem Turner and the rest of the City Council for allowing me to speak tonight on behalf of this zoning request. Much like a previous council member stated, the areas around this plot of land are no less than R12, which is medium density housing. And I was looking through the Graham, City of Graham developed ordinances, and under the R12 section, it mentioned something along the lines of allowing the neighborhoods to stay. Give me a second, I'll read it to you.
Yes, sir.
The regulation, this is for R12 under section 10.114. It states the regulation of this district is intended to prohibit any use which, because of its character, would substantially interfere with the development of single-family residence in the district, and which would be detrimental to the desired quiet and peaceful nature of this area. This area is very quiet and it's very peaceful, and I understand the development. It's at some point is going to be developed, but myself, along with other neighbors, and I'm not sure if they're in attendance, feel that R9 is just a little bit too dense. The reality is right now, within a half a mile of where Rogers Road and Lacey Holt come in to meet, there are already 300 residences. That's not including the planned Rogers Spring residence, and that's not planning the potential development of this plot of land we're discussing tonight. And I also wanted to make mention as far as the accessibility of the plot. There is no direct, right now there's no direct connection to what I would consider a major thoroughfare, which I would say would be Rogers Road and Lacey Holt somewhat as a secondary. And by connecting by connecting Council Road and Darrell Drive, you're going to be essentially creating a bypass for people who want to avoid traffic at Rogers Road and Lacey Holt and bringing them through this neighborhood. And I just think that would pose a little bit of danger for people in the neighborhood. And I just think it, once everything's developed, it'd just be way too much traffic for this area. And I think city manager Manus can attest to the quiet, peaceful nature of this area, Willowview subdivision specifically off of Council Road. And there's just concerns that I have tonight. That's all I have to say. And I want to thank you, Mayor, and the rest of the council members for allowing me to talk.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Well said. Anyone else, Jeff?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. Next on the list is Travis. Go ahead, Travis, you've been unmuted.
Great. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, sir. Let us have your name and address, please,
My name
sir.
is Travis Laughlin. The address is 2205 North NC Highway 87. And my question is any aspect of this development, given the fact that housing is a crisis in this country, is any aspect of this housing development dedicated to and or for low-income housing?
I'd have to go to Mr. Wallace on that. Mr. Wallace, did you hear the question?
Yes, once again, this is Scott Wallace. Currently, this is a market rate community, of which, as we've found across the street, there's a high demand for home housing in that area, and the home prices are going to average in the mid twos to the mid 300,000s in this neighborhood. So no, sir, it will not be any.
So you will not entertain at all thinking about concessions for low-income folks, people seeking housing, in order to continue forward with this development? That is not something you will consider. Am I hearing that correctly?
Well, I don't. I can't. I'd have to talk to others, but I don't foresee that, and I don't foresee that for this community. No,
do
sir.
you not perceive that because you are not willing to talk to others that with whom you're working, or just because you do not think that that's right? What is your reasoning for not pursuing the conversation to help and ensure housing for people who desperately need it?
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. I don't feel that this is relevant to the case. Can we move forward?
He's got another minute. Let's give him another minute, sir.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how housing for people in the city of Graham is irrelevant. Ricky Hall, I can't quite see why that's irrelevant. So I'm looking to see for people, if people are building homes, places to live, and people own the processes through which these may be sold. I'm just asking for them to be considerate and think about ways that they might support the community.
Mr. Travis, did Mr. Wallace answer your question? I know
I believe he did. It sounded as if he answered it saying he is not interested in supporting housing rights. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
We are very interested in supporting housing rights. We don't feel that this property is that. We support low-income housing in many areas and a big supporter of Habitat for Humanity, and we're a big believer in housing for everyone.
Thank you, Mr.
Right people in the right neighborhood is what that sounds like to me. Sounds like a lot of whiteness.
Mr. Mayor, may I have a point there?
Yes, sir.
One thing that some cities in our vicinity have done as a response to increase affordable housing is allowed a density bonus that has offset some of the additional developer cost that is borne by having to put in the same street, the same sidewalk, the same widths, the same driveways for affordable housing. And so in a situation like this, rather than having the proposed R9, there may be something like an R5 that would allow for some additional density to go in here where the developer could still make the money that they needed, but also provide a service as Mr. Laughlin has requested.
Interesting thought. We'll look at that, and then maybe we'll suggest that to someone else. Right now, Mr. Wallace has got a project here that I think he wants to stand on. We have historically been, you can look at the Oneida Mills and these projects like that we've done for affordable housing. But to push Mr. Wallace that direction and him not be able to consult with his partners is probably a little unfair right at this moment. All right, is anybody else, Jeff?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Next one is a phone number, so I'm not sure who it is, but I'll go ahead and unmute them.
Okay. How are you? Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes.
This is Bobby Miner, 315 Old Farm Drive. I just want to reiterate what one of the council members said about everything being R12 and then this going to R9. I don't think that's a benefit. Rogers Road is already built up, so we can't expand that. And Main Street's pretty crowded as well as the schools. So I think R12 would be suitable, but I couldn't see going to R9. That's just my thoughts and opinions.
Thank you, Mr. Minor. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Anyone else, Jeff?
Yes, sir, there is.
Okay.
Next one is Patty Allen. Go ahead, Patty, you've been unmuted.
Ms. Allen.
Thank you. Hello, good evening, Mayor. I first want to say thank you for looking after businesses and those of us who may not live in town but have to do business in town for our postal services as well as other needs that are part of our daily world. Thank you. And thank you all for letting me speak tonight. I want to point out two things,
Ms. Allen,
one of which is,
before you,
yes, sir.
I mean to mess
Oh,
up your
my
train of thought.
address. Yes, sir.
Please.
265 West Shannon Drive, Graham.
Thank you.
I would like to point out two things, one of which I won't spend much time on because it's been addressed, and one that hasn't been addressed but is becoming a growing concern for me. The first is traffic, and as a previous commenter noted, there will be cut-through traffic, and as there are more and more developments built on Rogers Road and on Lacey Holt, we already know that these neighborhoods will be cut-throughs. And as someone who is going to be greatly affected by a recently approved development and the cut-throughs that have been created as a result of that, that is a safety concern as well as an overloading the current roads concern. The second issue I have is that the developer, as well as Mr. Page noted, that there are streams upon this property. And as we know from the many developments coming through this part of the county at this time, most of which seem to be falling in the Graham ETJ and within the city limits at times, this is all a part of the Haw River Basin, and a lot of these creeks, if not all of them, do lead to Little Alamance and so on. And as a farmer just outside of Graham in the ETJ, I'm becoming increasingly concerned about the runoffs that are going into these streams that are being put not just downstream into the Little Alamance Creek, but what does seep into our groundwater. And I don't know that we're taking as significant consideration of that as we increase density throughout these developments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. Anyone else, Jeff?
Yes, sir, there's one more.
Okay.
Last person is Keith Wilson. Keith, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Now, you know Keith has already spoke, right?
Mayor,
Raised his hand again.
I apologize. I just want to take just a brief moment of your time just to say something that I had failed to say before. I know the developer mentioned that the area of this plot of land would be less or approximately 3 houses per acre. That would still equate to about 90 houses in this particular area. And with Rogers Springs being right on the other side of Rogers Road, that's probably going to be another 100, if not more houses. And that will make approximately 500 residences within a half a mile of where Lacey Holt and Rogers Road comes into play. And so, I mean, that is most definitely going to be a congestion concern. And I just wanted to reiterate that. Thank you again. Have a great night.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Anyone else, Jeff?
Yes, sir. We've got one more. Tom Boney. Mr. Boney, you've been unmuted. Go ahead, sir.
Give us your name and address if you would, please. Are you there, Tom?
He has not unmuted yet.
Okay.
Mr. Boney, can you hear us? Looks like he's unmuted, Mayor, but I can't hear him.
Me either. Anyone else, Jeff?
No, sir, just him.
Okay. If he gets unmuted, we'll go back to him. Let me go back over whatever of our concerns. Mr. Travis was concerned of low, well, affordable housing was his concerns. And Keith Wilson wanted to keep it at R12 and was concerned with how many houses being built during this time in his neighborhood. Mr. Minor keeping it at R12. Ms. Allen, traffic cut through, and the streaming of wildlife and the runoff was a concern of hers. Is there anyone else now, Jeff?
It's still Mr. Boney, and he's muted and unmuted a couple times, but I can't hear him. Looks like he's maybe having mic issues.
Okay.
Tom, if you'd like to call in, Tom, if you'd like to call in on your cell phone, you can do that as well.
Does he have a number?
Well, I've called it out 15 times, so it have. Tom, if you can hear me, the number for problems, 336-347-8674. We'll give you another minute or so.
Mayor, in the meantime, would you like me to read one that I received via email?
Please. Thank you,
Okay.
Doug.
On July 13th, 2020, I received an email from Margaret Shepard of 2374 Willowview Drive, Graham, North Carolina. It says, I live in the cul-de-sac at the end of Willowview Drive. A portion of my backyard abuts the 35 acres of woods between Council Road and Darrell Drive. It is my understanding that you are having a meeting on July 14th to approve or disapprove zoning for houses on this 35 acres of land. I urge you to not approve this land for high-density housing. There is an abundant wildlife living in these woods. I have personally seen deer, opossums, rabbits, squirrels, terrapins, and many, many birds. There are also many houses being built around our neighborhood that traffic is beginning to be a problem getting out of our development. This neighborhood feels like country, and we all love that. I realize we cannot prevent houses from being built on this property, in parentheses, wish we could, but I strongly urge you to not zone it to high density, but zone it to lower density. Thank you for your consideration.
Have you got any more?
No, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Has Tom fixed his problems yet?
No, sir. I still can't hear him. I see he's unmuted and muted a couple times, but I cannot hear him.
Okay. All right. Then we will close our public hearing and we'll discuss it among ourselves. Mr. Wallace, you're still there, I take it?
Yes, I'm still here, and I would love to answer any questions that you may have. We're looking.
What is your feelings on R12? I mean, this is, it's a big concern with these guys out there. Is there a dollar to be made at R12?
Like I said, we're looking to do another first-class community in Graham. We're really proud of what we've done there. It's a high-class communities that we've built. We have the R9 after confirmed with staff, thought that was a good plan to be able to work within the topography. We will work. We're a very responsible developer, and we will abide by all the state and local guidelines and that federal guidelines as far as to stormwater runoff and protection of that. Because of that, I mean, we would like to suggest, or we would like to offer that we would build no more than 3 homes per acre, which if you take R12, that's
a second, okay? I'm sorry.
Sorry. So that would, I don't know, did you hear me?
Go ahead, Mr. Wallace. I think that was Jeff with our.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was not muted. Sorry, Mr. Wallace.
So, no problem. So I would just, and the flexibility to develop the properties responsibly as we can, and to responsible in regards to the topography and the streams and the neighbors. We would like to develop it as we've offered, and we can put an additional condition on there that it'll be no more than 3 homes per acre on that property. And I don't know if that would be amenable.
What would 3 homes per acre be for our Nathan, what would that be as far as a rating?
So it would depend on how many square feet of the area was devoted to street right-of-ways, riparian buffers, floodplains, and stormwater control measures. But I find it unlikely that they will be able to do that with the 12,000 square foot lots, given the topography and odd shape of the land.
But you know what happened last time? I mean, we came to a compromise, Jerry, on the last one. I think it was a couple meetings ago. And then because of all these loopholes, they end up getting the lower rating anyways, because, oh, well, if there's, there's topography issues or there's flood zone or all this sort of stuff, you can have these 30-foot front lots. You can compress all of the development on there. So I feel like it's really unfair to the existing neighborhood. I mean, it's completely surrounded by R12, no R9 at all. And I mean, I just don't feel comfortable, especially in a situation where we don't have residents being able to come to a meeting, or maybe don't feel comfortable and don't know how to do a Zoom meeting. I'm concerned about those people that aren't coming out in the middle of a coronavirus and they're about to get dumped. Not just one development, not just two developments. Now here's a third development in this same area, and we're going from R18 to R9. I would be agreeable all day long with this developer to go to R12 and see if there was something that we could work out, or bring something that's a special use project back before the council, so that we can see physically, and those neighbors can see physically, that they're not going to be harmed by the development. I just really feel uneasy doing this in the middle of a pandemic, when I feel like there's a lot of neighbors that otherwise would be speaking on this issue, and either, for a lot of other reasons, maybe aren't on the Zoom meeting tonight.
Mr. Wallace, again, let me ask you, is there any way that we can negotiate this out to R12?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we respect Ms. Talley's view, and once again, we're just looking to do another great community there in Graham, and we are amenable to an R12 zoning for this property. So we offer to zone it R12 instead of R9.
Thank you, sir. That's very nice of you, and we appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's go to the staff. Nathan, if you would, write that motion up for us, please. The motion is on page 109. Let's make that motion at R12. If you'll give me that motion, then I'll ask for one of the council members to make the motion, unless they stick with the original motion. So they'll have the option.
Mr. Mayor,
I'm sorry. Yes, sir, Chip.
I have a question for probably
Please
Nathan.
ask.
If we go to R12, are they using the open land and all that? Excuse me, I'm sorry. Allergies. If we go to an R12 with open land and all that, would they possibly have lot sizes less than R12?
There's a possibility with the regulations, yes. Some of the lot sizes, it would average R12. It would average 12,000 square foot.
What percentage is that, Nathan, based on the topography on the?
It's unknown until we're aware of how much common area they have on the lot.
Well, can you ballpark it?
It would be an absolute guess.
Could it be 25%?
It could be any percent.
Well, that's concerning.
But that density bonus is available in the existing R18 as well. So that's for R12, R15, and R18.
Yes, I know that. That's my point. I think that what was unfair at the previous, in the previous example was that these residents that are relatively uneducated to how development works is that they were told that they were going from, R18 to R12, but when they actually look at the subdivision lots, it looks more like R9. And it's like, well, I thought the compromise was R12. Well, yeah, well, we still have 9,000 square foot lots.
You'll have
No?
a few of them, yes, maybe. It could be a little bit under R12, but there'll be some bigger ones to compensate it.
But there was a lot, there were less than R12.
The builder has made an awfully good compromise here. He's gone to R12, which is surrounding
Yes,
area.
and as I said, I'm fine with that. I just feel like, we need to be truthful in what we tell residents when we rezone something with an expectation. And when I say, it's not that we're not being truthful, I just think that they don't understand what that really sometimes means when development actually happens.
Mm-hmm. What was the original question, Nathan? What were you looking at?
I was going to read a motion that I think you had requested.
Yeah, please.
So the motion, as I understand it, would be that someone would move that the application be approved as R12 zoning, that the application is consistent with the Graham 2035 plan, and the action is reasonable and in the public interest for the following reason. Rezoning the property would be in consistence with the suburban residential type and furthers policy 3.3.2 and strategy 4.3.1 as put forth by the Graham 2035 comprehensive plan.
Now, if I say I'd like to make that motion just like you read it, would that be fine?
As long as Darcy approves, it's the same with the exception of the R12 language.
You all right, Darcy?
I'm okay with that.
I've made the motion. I need a second.
Second, Mayor.
Thank y'all. I will poll the council. I will vote yes. Chip Turner,
I'll vote yes.
Ricky Hall,
Yes.
Melody Wiggins,
Aye.
Jennifer.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Mr. Wallace, thank you for that compromise. We appreciate it. The neighbors will be happier with that, and I hope we have a good project still.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace.
Thank you. If you can't hear me, thank you very much. We look forward to doing another great project.
Yes, sir. All right, next we're going to 3D. And where am I at here? I folded all my papers back up.
3E.
Where am I at here? My fault.
Jeff, would you mind muting Mr. Wallace?
I folded all my papers back up.
Thank you.
All right, next we're going to 3E. Let me find it here. I got lost in my own paperwork here. There we go. All right, 3E, public hearing. Service Road Light Industry, RZ 2005, application by Phil Martin for rezoning from I-2 to I-1, 5.5 acres. If anyone in attendance would like to speak during this agenda item, please indicate that you wish to do so by using the raise hand feature in Zoom. If by phone, press *9 to notify the host you wish to speak. We'll recognize you at the appropriate time to speak. If you're having technical difficulties, please contact Preston Jenkins at 336-347-8674. At this time, I'll go to Nathan Page with this item. Nathan, if you would, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. This is a request to rezone the subject property from heavy industrial to light industrial. The lot has also been vacant for some time. The rezoning request is to reduce the building setback requirements. And this is for the parcel that the council sold some time ago.
Questions for the staff? Ricky, please.
None at this time.
Chipper.
Nathan, this is the property on the service road that we sold a year and a half ago or so.
Yes, sir.
Okay, no questions.
Melody, questions, please.
No, sir.
Jennifer, do you have a question?
No, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no questions also. With that, we'll go to a public hearing. Have you got anybody who wants to speak, Jeff?
Not at this time, Mr. Mayor.
And if not, I'll close the public hearing and I'll talk among ourselves. What does everybody think?
I think it's an excellent idea that we finally get someone to build on this property.
I agree 100%, Melody.
I agree with that too.
Okay. Everybody else in agreement that this might be a good project for us? Then let me move you to page 114 in your agenda. And I'll ask for a motion from the council.
Mr. Mayor, sorry
Yes,
to
sir.
interrupt. One person just raised their hand.
Okay, before we get a motion, let's go ahead and answer the question from somebody. Go ahead, Jeff.
Chad Huffine. You've been unmuted, Chad. Go ahead.
Mr. Huffine, how are you, sir? Mr. Huffine?
You'll need to unmute there, Chad. There you go.
Now, Jeff. Mayor Peterman, council members, thank you for hearing us tonight. I just wanted to let you know, Chad Huffine, civil engineer, 505 East Davis Street, Burlington, North Carolina. I'm in attendance if you all had any questions. Otherwise, I'll be back silent.
I've already asked for the motion. You're a little late, Chad. I'm just kidding you, Chad. We're fine with it. Thank you. I've moved
Yes,
the
sir.
council.
Thank you.
So I moved the council to page 114 on their agenda and asked for a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move that the application be approved. The application is consistent with the Graham 2035 Comprehensive Plan, in keeping with policy 2.1.5 and 2.4.2, rezoning the subject property would permit a larger building footprint upon the lot.
Thank you, ma'am. I need a second.
Second.
Thank you, everybody. I'll poll the council. I'll start with Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Melody Wiggins,
Aye.
Jennifer Talley,
Yes.
Ricky Hall,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Chad, thank you for being here, though. All right, next we go to 3F, public hearing, Hanson and Palmer, R9, RZ 2006, application by Martin Schaffner for rezoning from R12 to R9, 71 acres. If anyone in attendance would like to speak during this agenda item, please indicate you wish to speak by raising your hand on the Zoom feature, and if by phone, press *9 to notify the host you wish to speak. We will recognize you at the proper time to speak. If you are having technical difficulties, please contact Preston Jenkins at 336-347-8674, and he will help you. At this time, I'd like to recognize Nathan Page. Nathan, if you will, give us a staff report, please.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. This is a request to rezone the subject property from R12 to R9. The property is currently vacant, wooded, and under cultivation. The property was crossed by the proposed southern loop, which has subsequently been removed. The stated reason for this request is to build a subdivision of approximately a maximum of 158 single-family residential lots with a density of 2.6 dwelling units per acre with 15.1 acres of open space.
Thank you, sir. Question for staff. Start with Ricky, please.
I have none at this time.
Jennifer?
Now this is the one that was not approved or recommended by the planning board. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. The planning board made a motion to approve, but that motion failed and no subsequent motion was made.
Okay, and are the developers here? Are
I'm sure,
is
I'm
anyone
sure
rep-
Martin Schaffner's here, but let's ask questions to the staff first and we'll get to Martin.
Okay, so, well, that was my question, is if it wasn't recommended by the planning board, then is he looking at trying to change that at all, or is he just wanting to move forward from R12 to R9? But you can leave that question if you want to do that later, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, that'd be fine. We'll ask Martin when he comes on.
Okay,
Anything else?
no, that's all.
Okay, Chip, questions, please.
No questions.
Melody, please, questions.
Yes, I do, for Nathan, please. Nathan, is it true, and from what I can tell, that all of the neighboring developments around that piece of property to the northwest and to the north in particular are all actually the size of or smaller lots than what is being recommended for the R12? Would that be true?
Yes, ma'am. The townhomes to the north and the west are denser than the requested R9 zone.
All right, so the lots that are actually, the only ones that are actually larger are in Broadway Drive, the ones to the east, am I correct?
It does touch a small portion of Wildwood Lane where Wildwood Lane curves around, but primarily it is the lots that are on Broadway Drive. And then I believe there's a few that are on Little Creek Drive, but primarily it touches the more dense lots. Yes, ma'am.
Right, so everything to that north actually are smaller lots, except for there are what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 that are actually on Broadway that it touches that are probably larger lots. Is that correct?
I think that's an accurate count.
Okay, great. The second thing I'm wondering is if this particular lot would also be subject to section 10.249 of the open space provision, since we do have issues with floodplain areas on this piece of property. Would they also have the ability to do that? And could you explain what their process is for doing it?
Absolutely. So the first bit, under R12, it would have the ability to apply for as an open space subdivision. As Mr. Manager Mena said earlier, if it's zoned to R9, the open space provision is removed. There is no ability to shrink a 9,000 square foot lot in any dimensions. It has to be 9,000. Under the R12, if it applies subsequently and comes before the city council as an open space subdivision, then it would set aside a certain amount of acreage for various purposes. The primary one is to protect the floodplain and floodways, to allow for floodwaters to not damage homes. One of the other ones that Mr. Schaffner had spoken about was to have a connection to the east to potentially the Haw River Trail, and to the west to the South Graham Park. And if those things were done, then the area that was in those trail easements may also be counted for the purposes of open space. One other item that's come up sometimes is there may be a dog park or something, some other amenity that would occur that would be protected as open space. There has to be open space that makes up that difference between the 12,000 square foot lot and any lot sizes that are smaller than that 12,000 square feet. So for example, the neighborhood of Valleyfield has the open space provision, and many of the lots in there are less than 12,000 square feet. Some of them are just over 10,000 square feet. One of our previous employees, Martha, he used to work here, her lot is just over 10,000 square feet. And that neighborhood was approved as an open space subdivision in part because they protected that floodplain for Greater Alamance Creek there on the south side, as well as they have some protections around the riparian buffer in the vicinity of the Covington Loop. There are some other pieces internal to the development, but those are the large ones.
So Nathan, also, if there were opposition to this and this board did not vote in favor of this subdivision tonight as R9 or R12, particularly R12, it is currently listed as R12, this developer could still come back to us, to the city, without having the rezoning and declare, submit his drawings for an open space provision. Is that correct?
Yes, and the subdivision would be used by right as an open space subdivision, given the way the regulations are currently written.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Jennifer, you got, oh, I asked Jennifer. Let's see who else had. Chip, have you asked questions?
No questions.
Okay, Ricky, did I ask you?
Yes, sir. I have no questions at this time.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll go to the public hearing. Jeff, if we got anybody that wants to speak, let's see if there's anybody at all.
Yes, sir. There's several.
Okay.
Jerry, can I ask you a question real quick?
Ask me a question?
Yes.
Yes.
We're old on here. Maybe Chip would even remember too. But years ago, when that open space provision was put in there, I remember talking about, well, how do we get parks? How do we get builders to build these little kind of neighborhood parks? And how do we get them to do nice landscaped entrances? And how do we, make sure that our buffers and all of this sort of stuff are protected, our waterways, all of these things. But what I see in actual, sometimes we'll write legislation and ordinances to effectuate something that maybe is a good thing, but then when it's actually put into practice, it seems like it's used almost as a loophole. And what I see, even looking at the Wildwood Lane project here, all of the stuff off to the side is like, okay, let's take all the land that is maybe not buildable land or land that that's maybe not the most attractive, and let's use that as the open space, which seems like it's a little bit different than the intention of when we did that. But do you remember us talking about those things 10 years ago when this, was being allowed?
Well, when we look at places like Old Fields that had, a beautiful entrance and places like that, yeah. And these guys today are looking at putting in housing because the demand for housing is fantastically great here. They're using our ordinances to build this neighborhood, and R12 has the sort of loopholes in it that you're talking about. They'll use the floodplain for recreation area and buffers, and it's
who's going to play in a floodplain for recreational areas? I mean, and maybe that's okay if it's not wooded or anything. I just feel like, I guess I feel a little bit like maybe the council needs to address these kind of loopholes and actually be more stringent on what their intended purpose was to begin with, rather than just it kind of being used as a way to kind of circumvent the zoning. And that's for another meeting, of course, but I guess I just feel like, saying that they can do it and by right, I don't know that necessarily the reasoning for the council agreeing to do that is not necessarily the same implementation that I'm seeing in development after development after development. It just doesn't seem like our intentions of what was supposed to happen is actually being put into practice. And I just wanted to make sure I was clear. I wasn't not remembering that correctly, but seemed like, we would like to see some more neighborhood parks and in the development process. And
the way way I defend that statement, I guess, is most of these are infields that were sitting in the footprint of the southern loop. And those,
Yeah.
those already
Right.
have an somewhere that, again, are infield type thing.
Right, you're right.
Mr. Mayor, may I?
Yes, ma'am.
So to Jennifer's statement about who would want to play in floodplains, actually a great deal of our, not just numerous, but a great deal of the parks that are built in this country are actually built in floodplains, including our trails that are being used. So many parks are built in floodplain areas.
I guess you can include the Challenge Golf Course, couldn't you?
You can include all the Haw River Trail, all the golf courses. Ours are built on all kinds of property in floodplain areas, and that's why we get them.
I would agree with you, Melody, except for the fact that no trails are put in. It's just like left as kind of unused grassy areas that I think in a subdivision, I don't think a parent would necessarily want their children necessarily playing in. If they were developed into trails, like you say, I mean, I think that would be wonderful. That's exactly what I would love to be able to see in these new subdevelopments, putting those spaces to use. I would love that. I think we don't disagree on that at all.
Well, here's the thing about this particular piece of property. The Little Alamance Creek does go through here. The Haw River Trail staff and the whole initiative with the Haw River Trail is to protect all of these tributaries like the Alamance Creek. So they are very interested. We are very interested in protecting all of these and getting those pieces of properties and tying those into the larger trail areas. So every piece that we do like this, protecting those areas, is a good thing that will eventually connect together.
Thank you, ma'am. Jeff, is Martin here?
There is someone in here named Martin. I'm not sure if it's the right one or not.
Martin Schaffner is who we're looking for.
Yes, this is Martin. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, Martin. Thank you for being here.
Mayor, City Council, I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I was wondering if I was going to be able to get signed in. I've had visual, but couldn't seem to do anything much else with that. But, this property, was purchased in 1968 by my parents, June and Luther Schaffner. There's about 200 acres in it. Had we been a large concern, it had been built out in about 2 years if there were demand for it. So, of course, that didn't happen. We didn't want it to. We were a small-time mom-and-pop company. We did a lot of the developing in sections of 10 and 12 lots at a time. But we finally did get down to the bottom there where we've got 70 acres left. And as you said, the thoroughfare was supposed to go through this section, right through the middle of it. And we actually left an easement on Little Creek Drive that calls for a future thoroughfare. It's on a plat that was recorded because they said, well, this is where it's going to go. And we said, okay, we'll do that. We left the extra 20-foot easement there for water. And then that got abandoned about a couple of years after that. And of course, then they were saying it was going on the other side of the Big Alamance Creek, which was disappointing because we knew we needed some more access out of here. But to make long story short, we're down to the bottom here and have no place to go with the creek back there. We've left 3 street stubs into this property. We've left street stubs all over our property coming down to this point. Many of them have been used. Many of them will never be used. Thompson Road, a couple of them there we left. I don't think we'll ever go through. And it's the prerogative of the property owners to develop or not. And I understand that. But I think as you say, with the set aside acreage, yeah, we could do something there with R12, but with R9, adjacent to R9 in the south, Sugart's across there, or maybe it's another company now has that project, but then we're surrounded. And the other side is the 3 townhome projects we built, about 100 homes there that are all higher density, some of them 4 to 5 units per acre. We're 2.6 per acre in this project. I think it's a good design. It is a preliminary, it's a concept plan that you may have seen, but I've been working on a pathway at the creek that I think will be good. We need exercise. You know, that's one thing. If COVID's proven, we're eating too much sitting around the house. So, you know, I think this is a good thing. I'm glad the creek's there. We've enjoyed it. We've seen turkey and deer, and I'm afraid they're getting pushed out, but they're going to anyway because they're surrounding us, you know, with projects. And this is how it is. We've been there a long time. We approached the city council back in 82 and requested and got permission for condos. We waited till Graham got a townhouse ordinance and then applied and got that and was yes. I didn't have any of my surrounding neighbors go negative on that, and that includes Mr. Tom Boney, elder, and George Rogers and Dixie, Bill Compton and Sarah, the Faust land. We've been able to approach this with yeses from the neighborhood. And that includes, we got yes for these people that are living there now, almost 100 of them. So you guys said yes to them. It's medium density housing. This is in compliance with that. It meets the long-term comprehensive plan for 2035. We've got R9 adjacent to some of those townhomes. It would seem that this is, you know, we backdoored into this comprehensive plan without really knowing it. We've built and concentrated our efforts there, and we're utilizing the water and sewer services to the maximum so that we get good bang for the buck for developing as well as for the city in terms of handling growth. We get a good tax base for the city. We need to develop our schools to the point that's going to handle the influx of children. Glad this was not built specifically just for retirement people. We did not discriminate against anyone, including children and grandchildren. So we're glad that folks are coming to Graham. It is going to be different, you know, and just the last thing, and I'd like to save 2 minutes of my time if I could respond if there's people out there listening, that I'm working on Rogers Road right now. I've talked to Mike with the North Carolina Transportation Department. I'm seeking to get us a light. I don't know that that can happen at Wildwood. It would seem sensible. I'm seeking to get Rogers Road speed reduced now, whether this goes through or not. I'm seeking to get a path, a walkway with a light from the city park to the creek. And in long range plan, I would love to have an ADA approved parking pad and walkway that a person who cannot walk can roll down to the creek and see the beauty that's there. It's a beautiful place. I've enjoyed the creek. It does flood. You have to be aware of that and stay out of it. And we have, and we will. And anyone that goes in there and purchases this will have to comply with all your regulations and meet with the committee on what needs to happen at Rogers Road and Wildwood, what needs to happen at Thompson, you know, and the other ways out through Palmer over to Edgewood. You know, there's ways out of there, but we're hemmed up with the creek. It's bordering us from the east to the south. So we would like to have the opportunity and the flexibility to do a good job here with some housing that's needed. It's been proven people are coming. I'm hoping there's some that are local, but if they're not, you know, RTP knows we're here. The Triangle knows we're here. Graham's it, and I think the merchants will appreciate it. Car dealers, selling some cars to them, and you know, just making a good community and committing to staying here and being part of a productive place. We've got some apartments now. That's great. I hope they'll put down roots. Some of those folks may move out of those apartments and come to some of the housing that's being built, as Mr. Wallace was talking. But that's about it. I'll wait, and if I could have 2 minutes at the end if I need to respond. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Martin. I appreciate it. Martin, would you mind answering questions from the council? Are you still there, Martin?
I'm sorry, Mayor. I thought he was done. I muted him. Hold on just a second. He's still here, though.
Gary, can
Okay.
you please ask?
I slipped a drink of water right quick. Go ahead. Thank you.
Martin, let's have your name and address, please.
Okay, that's Martin Schaffner. I'm 611 West Ridge Drive in Burlington. We're at the subdivision that's adjacent to Garden Road. If you're talking about something that's changed with Walmart on one end and LMS Crossing in the middle, it's changed. So
Yes.
you deal with it, and go on.
Martin, would you mind answering questions from the council?
Sure, I'd be glad to.
Start with you, Chipper, please.
No questions.
Melody, please.
I don't have a question. I just appreciate the fact that you are aware of our need to protect that river and your consideration of that. Thank you.
Yes.
Jennifer, questions for Martin?
So did Nathan talk to you at all about that even though it's zoned R12, that you can get smaller lots, and would you be able to develop it with the R12 zoning that it is now because of the surrounding areas being R12 or R18 to the top, and then R18 to the right and R18 to the bottom? And yes, there's R9 that touches maybe, I don't know, less than 25% of the property, but do you think it's a possibility to develop it with the R12 with the kind of open space allowances that are afforded to you under the current zoning?
Am I still on? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I'm aware of that already. I was on planning and zoning for 5 years, and this is something that could be done. But I could put probably 116. I've did back of the envelope calculation. It'd be about 116 lots in there with the set aside 15 acres that's there. Could be 142 lots in there if you. That's R12. If it went R12, if it stays R12 and you set aside, excuse me, I got that mixed up. If you set aside, it would be 142 lots that could be put in there with the set aside acreage. Okay, the open space, I should say. But even on R12, you're talking about 112 lots that could be there. So I realize that's a lot of residents, but there's 3 ways out. It was designed to take care of that flow. It'll have to be handled as it gets to Rogers Road, and I think that can be accomplished through TRC.
And you mentioned that you got almost 100 approvals. What was that for?
No, I haven't got that approval. I'm sorry. I've done some back of the envelope calculations on how many lots I thought could go in under different scenarios.
No, you spoke earlier saying that you had approvals from, I guess, neighbor residents or something.
I'm sorry. No, I was talking about, yes, for the ones that are already there, living in townhomes. We've got about 100 townhomes. So you've said yes to medium density housing already. They've said yes to it when they moved in across the street from the R9. They said yes. The people have experienced what we have put in that's mixed with some R12, and it hasn't hurt value.
I want you to be from the way I'm looking at it, Martin, we certainly want you to develop something very nice there, but this is 70 acres, and to just put it all to go from R12 to R9, that's
One
like,
step.
it just typically when they do multifamily, in this suburban residential in our 2035 plan, the principal uses of that property have to be predominantly detached single family homes, not multifamily, not townhomes. Yes, you can have that, but they have to be on a small scale. And to rezone 70 acres for this purpose, with an established neighborhood there. I know Wildwood is already having issues. I think they're redoing their street there now because of that, and having 142 lots. I don't know. I have some concerns. I would love to be able to try to work with you to try to get you to develop this at R12 if there was any way possible, because I feel like that's a good transition from, there's R12 to the left, R12 to the top with the exception of that small section of townhomes. And then R12 to the right, R18 to the bottom right. And then, like I say, just that small part on the left-hand corner that is just 25%, that would be R9. I just don't want to see this huge volume of R9 multifamily. That's 77 acres. I don't know what that small piece is beside there that's R9. I don't know how many acres that is, but that just seems like a lot to me for the existing, especially when you have existing roads that weren't the original concept was not to have this high volume of traffic. And I mean, we thought, as we've all stated, that the Southern Loop was going through there. So, you know, people don't build roads when they're not anticipating that kind of volume of traffic. So I hope you understand where I'm coming from. I'm elected by the people, and I'm just trying to make sure that I look out for neighbors and small developments that have already made their investment. But we would love, you know, of course, we love to have local developers that care about our community develop in our community. So, and I know you do that, and I appreciate that very much.
Thank you. I'm ready to hear from neighbors if they want to speak before I finish up for 2 minutes, if I could have that.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Anybody else got a question for Martin? Okay. Thank you, Martin. We appreciate it. Before we go to the, to anybody who wants to speak, I want to read a letter from Mr. and Mrs. Buckmaster, William and Charlotte. To us, it says, Graham City Council, this letter is written in opposition to the Hanson Palmer R9 RZ 2006 rezoning request. My wife and I have been Alamance County residents for 10 years, and I have called the city of Graham home for the past 21 months. We purchased our West Hill townhome because of the quiet neighborhood, accessibility to Graham's unique quaintness. Both of us are retired nurses. Much earlier in my vocational life, I built houses and worked as a survey crew member for a large land developer in Florida. So I'm familiar with the home construction and related property issues. I'm not usually legally oriented, but there seems to be some matters of importance to City Council to consider in its deliberation of zoning this particular tract of land. First, compliance to the North Carolina State 143-214-7 has to be reevaluated due to the proposed high density rezoning. Is there certainly a medium density plan already turned into the city of Graham by Martin Schaffner to comply with the NC statute 143-214-7? Has this plan been submitted to the North Carolina Commission for review and approval? Has the Graham Zoning Board or Graham City Council received a revised high density plan? If so, where's that plan and in the process of state commission approval? A second item we would like to bring to the council's focus is in the realm of compliance with the Graham Development Ordinance. I have trekked the entire proposed property. I have not, trekked the entire proposed property, but have walked much of it. The entire tract of land is in a watershed system of rivulets, gullies feeding downhill into Little Alamance Creek. The USGS topographical map of this parcel bordered more than 50% of Little Alamance Creek. Tells a story of 70-foot drop in elevation from Whisper Ridge Drive down to the creek. We will remind the council of the importance of the US EPA's 2015 Category 4B demonstration plan for Little Alamance Creek. And we would call attention to the language used in the City of Graham's own 2035 comprehensive master plan concerning the conservation of environment, watershed health, low impact development, and most importantly, improvement of stream health. Our concern is, owing to the steepness of the land and the immediate proximity of Little Alamance Creek surrounding much of the proposed property, how would a developer be able to comply with the stringent riparian buffer ordinance, section 10-577? Is there a plan already submitted by Martin Schaffner or the developer to meet these standards? If so, is the plan available for public to view? With these specific concerns in mind, we urge you to reject the Hanson Palmer R12 to R9 rezoning and that's William Buckmaster and Charlotte Buckmaster. All right. Jeff, have you got anybody who wants to speak now?
Yes, sir, about 13 people.
Okay. Let's start and let them speak. And then I do have it is a protest that I will summarize for you after the 13 people speak. So go ahead, Jeff.
All right.
Remember
first
to
person-
tell them they've got
Jerry?
3 minutes. Do
Jerry,
what?
can I interrupt you for a second?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I too have received 2 emails from Mr. Buckmaster to read, but I do believe he is in the meeting and going to speak.
He
His
is.
Okay.
concern was if he didn't have enough time, he would like me to read the emails that he has sent me, just so we're all aware of that.
I
want to do
think
that
that
at the
sort of
end of the meeting?
I think that sort of sidesteps our 3-minute limit. So let's go with the letter and let's go with his voice, okay? And we'll do 3 minutes with his voice, and that should have him plenty of time. I think I took his 3 minutes already, so we'll go ahead and let him speak though.
Okay.
Okay? All right, go ahead, Jeff.
All right, Mr. Buckmaster, you've been unmuted. Go ahead, sir.
All right, thank you. My name's William Buckmaster. I live at 624 Whisper Ridge in Graham. And go ahead.
I said, welcome, sir.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members, for allowing me to not only read my previous letter, but allow me to speak this evening. In the Hanson Palmer rezoning application, Mr. Schaffner's desire to have a, quote, pathway by the Little Alamance Creek be developed and become part of the Haw River Trail system, unquote. Well, first and foremost, the map I have of the Haw River Land Trail system shows that the nearest connection to that system is in Swepsonville River Park access. As the crow flies, that's over 2 miles from Mr. Schaffner's property. I don't think, and my map may be wrong, but I don't think he's going to be able to do that anytime soon. Going on, Mr. Schaffner's goal to connect back to the South Graham Municipal Park Trail, he alluded that he's got plans for a light there, et cetera, but at the present time, there's numerous problems. The South Graham Park Trail is 1 mile away from this proposed trail. And hikers would have to cross the heavily trafficked Rogers Road, walk through the paved streets of Meadow Creek subdivision. And then this trail itself is just surrounding the south and east end of these 70 acres. So it's basically a trail, very short trail that goes from nowhere to nowhere, and basically a scenic view of the rear elevations of houses in a densely populated subdivision. Not something that most people would consider a Sunday afternoon hike. A second observation that I'd like to bring to the attention of the council is Mr. Schaffner, in proposing this trail, in Article 13 of the Graham Development Ordinances, dealing with the riparian buffer protection, section 10.577, the potential uses, there's a chart under subsection B, and that's establishing a pedestrian access trail, which by definition, Mr. Schaffner or a developer could apply for and receive an exemption from the normally strict 50-foot 2-zone undisturbed vegetation area. Certainly a course of action that a developer might want to take to counteract all of the absolute land clearing and extensive grading that's going to have to happen to this acreage to make way for 158 home sites. The addition of this pathway around the border of this property has nothing to do with R9 high density development and does not satisfy this strategy 3.2.4 in the master plan. So I urge the city council to deny the rezoning request as it does not comply with the strategies of the Graham 2035 comprehensive plan. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Buckmaster. Who's next, Jeff?
Next on the list is going to be phone number ending in 0244.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, can you hear? Mr.
Yes,
Mayor,
sir.
can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Let me have your
My
name.
name is
and
Larry.
address.
My name is Larry Durham. I live at 1904 Palmer Drive in Graham. My
Hey, Larry.
property is, abuts this property that we're talking about. I've lived in Broadacres for 47 years. I'm in my fourth house in the neighborhood now. I built 2 of them, and the Schaffners built 2 of them. I wanted to live here because of the vision Luther Schaffner had for this area. He wanted to develop a neat, safe neighborhood with abundant yards, well-built homes, wide streets that neighbors could get out and walk in and visit with each other. Kids could ride their bikes and roller skate without the fear of heavy traffic. I remember when Luther and June had block parties in the street with the neighbors when the neighborhood was small. Luther lived and worked in the neighborhood. So did his son and grandsons. I can remember seeing Luther in the street with a shovel removing some mud that a subcontractor left. That's how much he cared about his vision. I bought my first house from him when the neighborhood was relatively small, and I also appreciated him for his vision. Now the Schaffners are almost all gone for the neighborhood or are leaving and want to sell the remaining land to a developer. They want to forget Luther's vision and pack the homes in on small lots with narrow streets. Most of this development on the remaining land will be around Palmer Drive because of the lay of the land. If this land is rezoned to R9, there could be 158 homes built on it, and that could conceivably put 250 to 300 cars twice a day on Palmer Drive and Wildwood Lane down to Rogers Road. I'd have to get a traffic cop to even get out of my driveway. I'm asking the city council to honor Luther's vision for Broadacres and not rezone this land. Honor Luther for what he did for the city for so many years. He was one of the prime developers for the city of Graham. And honor the residents of Broadacres who shared in Luther's vision. Thank you.
Larry, good to hear from you. Thank you. Who's next, Jeff?
Next on the list is Steve Van Pelt.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, Steve. Give us your name and address, please, sir.
I'm Steve Van Pelt, 580 Grandview Drive, Graham, and I currently serve as president of the West Hill HOA. And good evening, Mayor Peterman, council members, and Graham City staff. I'm here to ask respectfully that the Graham City Council consider the wishes and desires of the residents of West Hill, Little Creek, South Meadow HOAs, and surrounding streets and subdivisions, that the Schaffner property adjacent to us remain R12 and not to be rezoned to R9. According to the Graham 2035 Comprehensive Plan, specifically page 30, the term neighborhood refers to the idea of a compact, walkable, diverse, and connected community. Academic studies show that walkability improves property values, economic development, and personal health. That's from page 15 of the plan. Many of Graham's residents want to be able to walk safely to parks and other places and believe that Graham 2035 plan should improve the accessibility of those assets to existing and future neighborhoods. That's from page 3. Bicycling can serve as both a form of transportation and of leisure and exercise. That's from page 15. Streets not only conduct the flow of car and truck traffic, but also serve as points of interest in the community. For example, a good neighborhood street can safely serve as a child play area, or for that matter, adults too, page 14. My first point. The townhome communities of West Hill, Little Creek, and South Meadow, that's 128 units, and surrounding neighborhoods were developed primarily by the Schaffner family and were marketed as senior citizen communities. At least my property was. The citizens of these communities walk, jog, and ride bicycles on the street, as there are no sidewalks with the exception of the one block of Grandview. These communities are quiet for the most part, and we enjoy the peace we find there as we grow older. Second point, citizens also ride bikes on these established streets that are presently not congested. Additional traffic will create a stressful and dangerous environment for seniors and others. Third point, we're concerned with the limited means of egress into the subject property. There are only 3 entrances to this property, and each one of those entrances requires vehicles to go through a minimum of 2 fully developed townhome communities or subdivisions predominantly inhabited by senior citizens. Vehicles will only be able to access this property using either Little Creek Drive, Hanson Lane, or Palmer Drive.
Steve, finish your thought, please.
Sir?
Finish your thought. Your 3
I've
minutes.
just got a few more words, Mayor.
Okay.
A high density development of 158 homes would put a conservative estimate of 500 plus vehicles traveling through these established neighborhoods every day. These neighborhoods do not have sidewalks, and the increased congestion and traffic will contribute to an unsafe environment. Therefore, I respectfully ask the Graham City Council to let the Schaffner property remain R12 and not to be rezoned to R9. Thank you much.
Sir. Who's next, Jeff?
Next on the list is phone number ending in 1531.
Oh. Hi, my name is Jeanette Beauclair. Can you hear me?
Jeanette Beauclair.
Yes. Beauclair.
Thank you.
BEAUCLAIR.
Thank you, ma'am. Welcome.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Jeanette Beauclair. My address is 616 Whisper Ridge Drive in Graham. I am one of the 187 neighbors and residents of Graham who opposed the application to rezone this property to R9 high density. The Graham 2035 Comprehensive Plan identifies 7 freshwater streams that run through the city's corporate limits. One of those streams, identified as Little Alamance Creek. The guidelines emphasize decreasing polluted runoff into these streams. The guidelines also address low-impact development. Your goal, 6.1, improves stream health. This goal states streams with Graham's planning area will be clean and healthy with heavily vegetated and connected riparian buffers that make Graham more attractive and are home to many species of plants and animals. This goal seeks to reduce non-point source pollution and minimize soil erosion and sedimentation. Strategy 6.1.2, low impact development. These guidelines promote the use of low impact development techniques to mitigate the impacts of stormwater runoff. Such techniques include reducing impermeable surfaces and restricting unnecessary grading and clearing of natural vegetation. The Little Alamance Creek is the southern borderline of the Schaffner property, and this heavily wooded property has a steep 60 to 70 foot topographic drop-off from Whisper Ridge Drive down to the Little Alamance Creek. The proposed development will require extensive tree and vegetation removal and substantial site grading and excavation. Sediment runoff and construction trash will flow downhill into the Little Alamance Creek. With an established R9 development, chemical fertilizers, herbicides, and trash sediment runoff will flow into the Little Alamance Creek. The Little Alamance Creek feeds the Big Alamance Creek, which feeds the Haw River. That's Pittsboro's water source. So the Schaffner property is also home to an abundance of wildlife, and they have nowhere else to go. They'll die. Where is the conservation of natural habitat and interconnected systems of open land that is cited in the current land use section, page 26 of Graham 2035 Comprehensive Plan? It would be really nice if the town of Graham would consider purchasing some open land and wooded land and and have some hiking trails, some actual hiking trails like Hillsborough does, because it draws a lot of visitors and it would bring a lot of tourism to the town. And
Thank
it
you,
would
Ms.
give
Beauclair.
the residents. Uh-huh.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate
And
it.
it would give, oh, okay, I'm sorry. Well,
That's
thank
okay.
you so much for giving me an opportunity to speak, and
Yes,
I'll
ma'am.
end there.
Thank you. Who's next, Jeff?
Next person on the list, C. Smith.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Address, please, sir.
Yes, sir. I am Charlie Smith and I live at 616 Whisper Ridge Drive. Whisper Ridge Drive connects to Palmer Drive and Hanson Lane, two of the egress points into the Schaffner property under rezoning consideration. I am one of the 187 neighbors and residents of Graham who oppose the application to rezone this property. Of the landowners who have properties adjacent to and share a common boundary with the Schaffner property, of those canvassed, 86% of them expressed their opposition to this application. The current application to rezone R9 references geographic parcel identification number 888-3100157. Back in October of 2019, the City Council considered an application to rezone a subject property from R18 and R12 to R9. This was the RZ 1904 South Main Windsor application. This application also referenced the same geographic parcel identification number found on the current Schaffner application. The South Main Windsor application requested for R9 to build 130 homes on the property. The City Council minutes recorded concerns regarding egress points to that property. Those two egress points were Parham Drive and Wildwood Lane. The City Council voted against the R9 application and voted that all of the subject property be zoned as R12. What does the current Hanson Palmer Schaffner application have in common with the South Main Windsor application? 1, both request an R9 rezone. 2, both reference the same geographic parcel identification number. 3, both call for high density housing, the Windsor for 130 homes and the Schaffner for 158 homes. 4, both have limited means of egress to and from the subject properties. Both applications will impact Wildwood Lane, where commuters will travel to Rogers Road. 5, both properties are adjacent to existing well-established neighborhoods, which require commuters to travel through them in order to arrive into the proposed developments. Our established neighborhoods were marketed, sold, and built for seniors. It would be noted that our senior neighborhoods lack adequate sidewalks for walkers who now use these streets. This is a safety concern for our seniors. And lastly, number 6, the Hanson Palmer Schaffner property is currently zoned as R12. The South Main Windsor application was voted by the City Council as R12. So my question to the mayor and the City Council, how can the current Schaffner application be approved for R9 when a recent application with many common similarities and issues were approved by the City Council as R12? I respectfully request that the mayor and City Council deny the current Schaffner application for R9. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Who is next, Jeff?
Next on the list is Angela.
Hey, this is Angela Parsons, Joey and Angela Parsons. We're here. We live at 506 Wildwood Lane in Graham.
Hey, Angela, how are you?
Doing well, thank you. Just want to appreciate the time to speak to you guys. Say hi to Chip Turner. I worked with him many, many years ago at the Department of Transportation as Angela Durham. And just want to echo what these folks are saying, the concerns that we have. We are built here 19 years ago with a growing family and have concerns about the traffic growth that we have seen with other neighborhood on the other side of us already. And Also, I've lived in this neighborhood for 43 years, and this is my third house in this neighborhood. And we chose to build here 19 years ago because of the vision and the history and the makeup of the neighborhood. And we just appreciate that. And we know that change is inevitable, but the safer change and more healthy change, we don't want to lose all the wildlife, the turkey and the deer and all the rabbits and things that we see, the birds, and they've already lost a lot of the woodland around us with the other Keystone neighborhood on the other side of us and the new neighborhood that's coming in at the other end of Wildwood. So we would just echo those concerns with the wildlife, the safety for our children riding their bikes on the road and being able to play and go to neighbors' houses. And the traffic has changed quite a bit recently on Wildwood, as well as just getting out, like they were saying, onto Rogers Road, and then the other neighborhoods that are already coming in on Rogers Road further south as well. So we would just also like to ask the council to please deny the rezoning from R12 to R9.
Thank you. And tell Joey hey for me, if you would.
He's right here. Thank you.
Hey, Mayor.
Hey, Joey. Who we got next, Jeff?
Next on the list is Patty Allen.
Hello.
Hey, Ms. Allen, how are you?
I'm still well, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. As was just recently brought up, this property is immediately adjacent to the in development Windsor Homes Valor Ridge subdivision that does tie into Wildwood Lane and between Wildwood Lane and 87. It was zoned to R12. We were grateful for the developers concession on that, one of whom is Mr. Schaffner, so he's aware of the process of that rezoning. We know from the reports that have come through the planning department that the 130 homes, which have now been reduced to about 103, that fewer than 10 of those homes meet the R12 definition due to open space. Approximately 90 of those homes are 10,000 square feet or less. So of the 103 homes currently in planning right now, fewer than 10 of them meet R12. So we know that Mr. Schaffner, who's an incredibly skilled developer, and I too am grateful and would much rather have a local developer than somebody from Greensboro or Raleigh come in. We know that he knows how to get what he needs by using the open space provision, which can be done in R12, but not in R9. We also know from the reports that came through the planning department that the Valor Ridge subdivision, which was never planned to have as many homes as the R9 would on this piece of property being considered tonight, was going to result in nearly 2,000 trips a day estimated coming out of that. And those cars have to hit West Shannon Drive or Wildwood Lane to exit onto Rogers Road or onto Highway 87, therefore cutting through, as has been mentioned, two very well-established neighborhoods. We also know that using the plans that Windsor submitted, a part of which Mr. Schaffner was involved and present at each of the meetings, is that when they did the open space planning to connect to trails, that one tiny piece of that little open space opened immediately onto my farm. And that was supposed to be a part of a trailhead, and it may be. I've not been able to get any updated plans in some time. I don't want people walking on a trail to my farm where I have livestock, my farm where I grow organic, although not yet certified, vegetables, herbs, where I keep chickens that are for meat and for eggs, etc. So given all of those reasons, in addition to what the council was able to negotiate previously, I think that Mr. Schaffner would do fine with the R12 and the open space provision. Thank you.
Patty, say hello to your mama-in-law. I hope she's doing fine.
She's having a tough time, but thank you for
I know she is.
mentioning it.
Yes, ma'am. Who's next, Jeff?
Next on the list is Cynthia Thompson. And she's using an old version of Zoom, so I'm going to have to promote her. Stand by just a second.
Okay.
Cynthia, if you're there, go ahead and state your name and address, please.
Yes, this is Cynthia Thompson, and I live at 1904 Palmer Drive. I grew up in Broad Acres, and when my husband and I started looking to buy our first home, we couldn't find an area or neighborhood that we liked more than this one. So I've lived most of my adult life in this neighborhood as well. We now have 2 children. Our family bikes and walks in the neighborhood. I'm very concerned about the increased amount of traffic that will be up and down Palmer Drive and the safety of my family because of the traffic. They mentioned that there are 3 entrances, but Palmer is the most direct. The other 2 entrances take several turns to get to the new development. And so Palmer is the most direct, so I believe that it would have the most traffic. Miss Jennifer Talley mentioned that Mr. Schaffner would be, developing the land, but to my understanding from the planning committee that we had last month, Mr. Schaffner is not planning to develop the land. He's planning to sell to a developer. So again, it wouldn't be him developing, it would be a developer. And to address the trails that they're talking about, that sounds great. But again, that could be additional traffic from outside of the neighborhood of people coming to enjoy the trails. So that traffic and that just worries me for my children. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Who have we got next, Jeff?
1 second, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Next one is showing on the list is Vance. Vance, you have been allowed to talk. Oh, looks like they left. All right, next one on the list is Moore. State your name and address, please.
Hello.
Yes, my name is LaJune Moore, 525 Wildwood Lane. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members, for the opportunity to speak to you. My husband and I strongly oppose the rezoning from R12 to R9 for the following reasons. When we purchased our townhome on Wildwood Lane, it was marketed to us as a retirement community by Luther Schaffner. So we disagree with Martin and his opinion. The traffic, as you've already heard, on Wildwood Lane has increased drastically due to a single-family home development behind our townhomes and houses on Wildwood Lane. The property, if it's rezoned to R9, as you already have heard, will greatly increase the traffic on Wildwood Lane. Secondly, the property that was developed behind us bulldozed all of the old growth trees and wild forest. All of our wildlife was lost. A retention pond had to be built to catch the runoff from that property. We surmise that 1 or more retention ponds would have to be built on Mr. Schaffner's property by a developer to catch the runoff. So we are very concerned about the environmental impact that an R9 would have on this property. We are very concerned about all of us as senior citizens who walk and bike in these neighborhood and neighboring streets. So we are very upset about this, and we respectfully ask Mr. Schaffner to reconsider his rezoning request. What he said earlier sounded mighty good, but it's all a lie. I thank you for this opportunity to express our opinion.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Next, Jeff.
Next person on the list is Joan Henry. Please state your name and address.
Joanne Henry at 504 Grandview Drive, Graham.
I thank Mr. Mayor and the city councils for this time to speak. I agree and I'm in opposition to the rezoning on all previous statements. I just wish to add that when we first moved here 4 years ago, my husband and I knew that the land would be developed behind us and on Grandview Drive. We checked into the planning board at that time to find out what it was zoned as. And since we've lived on Grandview, it was originally zoned across the street from us as R12. I see today on the map, it says R9, but on your most current, because the developer, and I don't know how it happened, is R7. And I want to express myself with what Ms. Talley previously stated about loopholes and open-ended. So when we first moved here, everything was R12s, CR, and R18. But here, lo and behold, we've been here 4 years and we're reduced to just R9 and R7 across the street. As far as the R9 to the south of us, they have access to Rogers Road. They do not need to go through our existing neighborhood to get out onto Rogers Road. So I don't think that R9 really pertains to our oppositions tonight. I just would like to express that thank you for listening. Everyone previously stated our opposition, and I think they said it very well. I walk this neighborhood daily for health reasons, and I see how many people are walking. Excuse me. And the dogs and the senior citizens, you have no sidewalks in this neighborhood. It would be very difficult for people to get around. We have people who drive in little golf carts because that's their only access and mode to get out into fresh air because of their disabilities. So I would really, really ask you to think twice about this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Henry. Next, Jeff.
Next on the list is Pam. Please state your name and address.
It's Paul, and Paul Smart. I live at 556 Little Creek Drive, Graham, and I am one of the 187 petition signees that are concerned and opposed from R12 going to R9. Just a couple of quick points. Just to the south of us, there are 2 subdivisions currently being built, and I'm using information of 150 potential homes, and then the other one, Rogers Spring, 175, to go along with the new development that's concerning us with 158. That's almost 500 units, and if you multiply that by 2, that's 1,000 cars possibly trying to get on Rogers Road in the mornings and in the afternoons for school activities, work. And to my knowledge, DOT does not have Rogers Road on their immediate plans to enlarge. So I am really concerned about the safety issue. Thank you for taking my call, and y'all are doing a great job.
Thank you, Mr. Smart. Next, Jeff.
There was one more, but they lowered their hand. As of right now, Mr. Mayor, there are no more.
All right, let me, I will summarize. They do have a petition signed by 187 people, 2 of them not in the neighborhood, the rest of them in the neighborhood. Citizens Graham who live in surrounding neighborhoods adjacent to the subject plan found in Hanson Palmer R9, RZ 2006 application for rezoning. Several sets of this petition were circulated among the communities of West Hill, Little Creek, South Meadow, and Wildwood Lane. These sets were turned into and signature sheets were combined in this document. 187 citizens opposed the subject application. And all of the listed things have been listed here with the people calling in. And I will go over their concerns again to let you know that we know. Let's see, Mr. Buckmaster said He was concerned with the trails and the pedestrian access trail. Larry Durham, he was concerned with the vision by Luther Schaffner and honoring Luther's vision. Steve Van Pelt spoke for quite a few people. He wanted to remain R9, and he quoted a lot of our codes. Mrs. Beauclair, she was concerned with the stream and if it would be impaired the Little Creek, Little Alamance Creek. Charlie Schaffner compared to earlier rezoning done by our council, and Angela Parsons and Joey the same concerns as everybody else has. Patty Allen, R12 concession from past zonings. Cynthia Thompson liked the neighborhood and she was concerned with the traffic. Ms. Moore strongly opposed retirement community. She was promised a retirement community and the traffic and the runoff. Ms. Henry, all the previous statements, so she agreed with everything everybody said. And Paul Smart signed the petition, as I mentioned, and he was concerned with the safety of the neighborhood. Is there anybody else that wants to speak before we go back to Mr.
Jerry, can I received an email via the public comment portal on this agenda item.
That'll be fine.
So I received an email from Scott Smith at 671 Whisper Ridge Drive in Graham on Tuesday, July 14th. It reads, I noticed that the streets coming off Rogers Road in the current Keystone development are only wide enough for 2 vehicles. Where are people supposed to park if a resident has company? Are the streets in the proposed development that is being voted on tonight wide enough for on-street parking? Will a traffic impact study be done to determine if the streets leading into the proposed development are adequate to handle the additional traffic during the construction phase and long term? What parking restrictions will be made to existing streets leading into the proposed development? It appears that the planning board has not had the forethought of future development in this area when they approved the current and previous developments. I would propose that the planning board and city council consider the impact this rezoning is going to have on existing residents in the immediate area and how it is going to impact them. Excessive traffic congestion will potentially make homes in this area less attractive and will hold down property values. One last comment, the planning board and city council needs to consider widening Rogers Road in order to handle the increased vehicular volume. Now, with this being said, Jerry, the subject of the email said rezoning Palmer Hanson. Now that I read it, I wonder, since he references Keystone, could it have been on the previous agenda item, the Darrell Drive and Council Drive? That I'm not sure.
It would have fit either one of them. I think those concerns would have fit either one of them. Thank you. Anybody else, Jeff, before we move to Mr. Shelton?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. We got one more.
Okay.
Carrie Griffin, state your name and address, please.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. This is Carrie Griffin at 313 Providence Road. And I just wanted to say that I understand many of the concerns that the residents are feeling from going from an R12 to an R9. I know that change is scary. And I'm just wondering if Ricky Hall wants to join this meeting and speak to this at all. I feel like he's falling asleep over there.
Thank you, Carrie. I appreciate your concern. Anybody else, Jeff?
Mr. Mayor, let me speak to that. I'm not asleep. Been here.
I know that. I know that, Rick.
I don't know, Ricky.
No, sir, there's nobody else.
Okay. All right. Then let's go back to Luther Schaffner. Luther, do you want to speak again?
They were listed as Martin, isn't that correct, sir?
Oh, man, Luther's his daddy. I'm sorry. Martin Schaffner, excuse me. I'm aging myself, aren't I?
Well, Jerry, I wish Luther could speak, but it's Martin.
I do too. I'd love to sit down with
Yeah,
him.
I'd love to see him again. You know, so far I've been accused of defaming my father's good name, and I'd include my mother with that. You know, she used to bake cinnamon rolls and take them to every new owner whenever they moved in. So it was a mom and pop shop, and we did do some personal stuff. But we do want to be clear I will not develop this. I'm tired, I'm done. I will sell it out. To reemphasize that, you know, stay in R12 and with the set aside of 15 acres, I can get just about, let's see, got it here somewhere. I don't see it here now. I think it's 119 lots. So it probably doesn't matter which way we go here, because I don't think the folks are going to appreciate what I do. It's like I need to borrow a backhoe and dig a ditch on around the rest of that piece of land in the middle and make a moat and get set on it. You know, it's unfortunate that we are hemmed in like we are there at this point. It wasn't planned that way. We certainly did everything we could to allow for the thoroughfare to come through there, and I wish it had. And I don't know when that'll happen. Maybe it'll still come someday because Graham's going to need it. To speak to Mr. Van Pelt, sidewalks. We did sidewalks on the first street. It was going to go like the inside of a donut and go all the way around. Long story short, 2008 hit with the Great Recession. We lost part of that property, and it was finished and sold. One of them was Mr. Van Pelt. He owned 20 of the lots, him and another person who lives there. So he's prospered, and that's okay, by the sale of some land that went to townhomes. And I think he almost ought to recuse himself from speaking on this, because he's part of the problem that he's talking about. I am with my land, not as big, but certainly with 20 houses, there's more people there and more cars. So sidewalks could have gone all the way around that project had it been finished as I'd proposed to start with. As far as sidewalks other places, this R9 subdivision will have sidewalks on every street. So it's going to be a really good place to walk. And I'll do some trail connections at least 3 places is what I'm planning. And yeah, there's floodplain down there, but we use it. We go back and forth. Don't go when there's a flood, you know, and it doesn't have to connect to the Haw River. I've talked with them. They're anxious and eager to put nature trails in where it's available, whether it's the Big Alamance or the Little Alamance or a creek. So I don't know what will come of it. I'm planning on pursuing it. I will pursue with the transportation department, whether this goes through now or not, to get a crossing and a light. It may not be on the books, but they're going to take a look at this. TRC will review, and with help from these folks that have concern, I think Rogers Road can have some improvements done, get a light, slow it down, get a crossing. If we do come across there at the parking lot of the park, it will have to be a crossing with a light and a walk, don't walk sign. And they'll have to do a lot of signage pre-getting to this intersection to tell people something new is going on, and they handle that quite well when they do. So things change. I don't know, you know, as far as the trees, you can look on the website and see that it is a tree plantation. I set those out, had my son involved with the project on that. Dad helped get it ready to do. And we set out loblolly pines. They're coming due. It's 25 years. They will be cut within the next 2 years, anytime between now and 2 years. And I'll cut the hardwoods in preparation, as they say. There will have to be a lot of grading done. And every bit of that, I have to comply with the environmental people's quest. Whatever Graham comes up with and tells us that we need to do the riparian area, we will comply, or they will, they'll have to. And these containment ponds, they're needed. It's what retention ponds are built for, to slow down and hold and let the water evaporate. So it's unfortunate with where we're at, but I'd like the flexibility of having R9. If it doesn't go R9, you know, it'll go R12. And I'm sorry, it was 118 lots is what I came up with. if that was from the back of the envelope, just doing a quick math on it. I think there could be as many as that, so it's over 100 units as opposed to 158, which I think is heavy on the R9. I think with the topography, certainly that number is probably coming down, but it does give them the flexibility and the opportunity in the curves, especially with the width of the lot and setbacks, to handle those lots in a proper way, to get the streets in properly, the sidewalks, and connect down to a trail system that will be magnificent when it's finished. I'm sorry, it won't be pristine, maybe, but it'll be natural. It'll be such as it is. And, we've enjoyed it. I hope people can come to it and enjoy it. If they don't want to get on those streets where it's so much traffic, get on the sidewalks that'll be down there and walk the trail. And this will connect to the park, because I'm going to come through my other piece of property. I have 18 acres left on the creek that goes all the way to the bridge at the Little Alamance Creek and Rogers Road. And I will work on it. I can't promise what the state will do. I know what I'm going to try to do to alleviate this problem as best I can, but I'd still like to get R9 to have flexibility in what we build. If not, I'll see if I can sell it as R12, and they will usually set aside the 15 acres and still get just about what's going in. And monetarily, I'm going to sell it per acre. I'm not selling the lots. I'll sell it per acre. I'm going to get the same thing either way. So if I think it's a greedy gut here trying to do something slick, I did develop property. I did it properly. I went through planning and zoning. I got permission to do anything we did down here. And I appreciate working with Graham. It's a small town. It's changing, and it's got to adapt. And I hope you'll look favorable on this petition.
Thank you, Martin. I spent a lot of time with your daddy and your boys, as far as that goes. But thank you, sir. Jeff, one more call.
There's 3 people, but they've already commented before.
Okay. Any new ones?
No, sir. No. Well, yes, sir. There is one new one.
Let's go with the one new one.
All right. They're just showing up as Galaxy S10 Plus.
Okay.
You've been unmuted. State your name and your address, please.
Okay, I'm sorry, my computer lost connection. I had to get on my phone. My name is Vance Evans, and I'm at 1810 Spring Meadow Drive. And I'm the president of the South Meadows Owners Association. And I'm concerned about greenways and walkways and runoff and playgrounds and wildlife and all that too. But I'm more concerned about the residents of South Meadows. And I say that because we don't have any sidewalks to walk on. And any traffic that exits out Little Creek is going to either come up South Meadows, Spring Meadow, Meadowview, or Meadow Green. And our people walk for their health, or walk their pets, or walk from neighbor to neighbor, but we do it in the street because we don't have sidewalks. So we are mostly an elderly community, and we when we walk, there's also cars parked on the sides of the roads all the way up. The roads are narrow, like the comprehensive plan suggests they should be in future building, but we have to walk in the road. And our only access to the park across the street is Wildwood, and we stand in the street and check traffic on Rogers Road, which is more every day, seems like, before we can cross. But we're still standing in the street. We have to check traffic there. Now, if they put a light there, like I keep hearing about, then that's where all the traffic from that new neighborhood is going to go, because they're going to go to the light, because it's hard to get out on Rogers Road. So my concern is the people in our community who are out walking, want to access the park, And then we got such an increase in traffic. So I'm hoping that you will keep the zoning at R12, even if it's fewer, because it's fewer homes. The more homes, the more traffic. And I'm just concerned about our people out walking in the street. And I appreciate you listening to me. And of course, one of the visions in our city listed in the comprehensive plan says the Graham will be a desirable place to live because neighborhoods will be walkable and safe. Well, that's great, and I hope they are. We at South Meadows are not against progress in making Graham a more desirable place to live, but we are against rezoning to R9 for that reason. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. If there's no more new people, then we will close the public hearing and we'll talk about it among ourselves. What does everybody think?
Nathan, what is this? You can't read from the packet that we got. I know this is just preliminary, but what is the front line lots, the smallest front line lots on this proposed development?
Are you asking what the length of the shortest frontage is?
Right.
I'm not sure. And given that there's 100 and something, I wouldn't want to try and make a guess.
Well, in the, where the cul-de-sacs are, do you have any kind of plans that actually have lot dimensions on them?
Those would be required as part of the subdivision review. I didn't review this plan. It's, as Mr. Schaffner alluded to, just a sketch plan. It would have to come back before the council as subdivision and be reviewed at that time.
Yeah. So it would go, right now, it's 100 and, I think he said 112, and he's requesting 158. Is that correct?
I'm not able to answer that. It's a question that would require a significant amount of engineering review. I can tell you that you're likely to get denser housing with R9 than with R12.
Okay, well, I just have a lot of concerns about like I said before, doing something like this right now in the middle of a pandemic to the remainder of the residents that are there. I think we have to err on the side of caution in a situation like this. Someone brought up the issue that this exact same, very similar development came up and we required R12. The traffic on the roads, additional traffic seems to be a real safety issue. Again, I refer to the 2035 plan for predominantly detached single-family homes in this area, that we have to design, that these neighborhoods have to be designed to maintain single-family character neighborhoods. We are supposed to be encouraging pocket parks in these and locating parks in the center of new neighborhoods, encouraging them as a central activity, not put off to the side in flood zones. We must try to get a development that is with a pedestrian friendly design. I feel that, having this many homes and this density just is not consistent with the properties that are located surrounding this, and 70 acres rezoning this when people can't come and like I said, I feel like a lot of people are limited in being able to participate because of our situation right now. And the other big thing that I didn't hear addressed was, strategy 6.1.2, directly talks about making sure that we are doing low impact development. And I'm quite concerned that right now the current use of this property is a tree farm, and those trees will then be cut down, causing significant erosion, significant clearing of natural vegetation. And I mean, it speaks directly in our plan that we're not to do that. If it was a smaller area, that wasn't going to have such an impact. And again, I can't stress enough that yes, smaller density is okay, but it specifically says in our land use 2035 plan that it needs to be limited. It doesn't need to be the predominant zoning in a large area. And so I would like to see especially since Mr. Martin's not developing it himself and going to be selling it to someone else, whoever that is, I would like to see them at least develop this with R12. They have a lot of room, like Patty Allen said earlier, 90% of the previous development wasn't even R12. So I really feel like I don't want to go down to R9. And that's just, I'm just going to lay my cards out. That's how I feel about it. I'd like to see us not recommend this, development. I like Mr. Martin very much, and I think he is, Mr. Schaffner very much, but and I feel like he's contributed to this community significantly. I just, hope he understands my position on this. I'm trying to protect the established neighborhoods that are there and try to follow the rules as we have them in our land use development.
Anybody else got anything to add? Any thoughts, Chipper?
That's a lot of density and a lot of traffic. To be going out through those neighborhoods.
Mm-hmm. Ricky, have you got any other thoughts?
Mr. Mayor, I would be opposed to this also. I think the previous board got it right when they said this is R12. I think the density would be overwhelming for the road work or network of roads in that subdivision.
Melody, have you got anything to add?
Not at this time, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Let me go to the staff for a question. Nathan, if we make a motion here and it does not get a second, what happens to this property? Does it impact it in any way? Does it impact the time that he can come back and ask for anything to happen to this property?
The way the regulation is written, the same rezoning application cannot be applied for within 6 months if it is rejected. If the council doesn't take action, then no action is taken, and therefore there was no rejection. He could reapply the next day. The other piece that could occur is that he could reapply for some other rezoning of the property. I don't think it would be likely or approved, or it is not in keeping with the 2035 plan, but just in an example, he could apply for heavy industrial 5 minutes after a rejection was made, because the way it's worded is you can't apply for the same rezoning on a parcel.
Okay. I just wanted the council to know where we were at. So has anybody else got anything to offer? Then I'll move you to page 120 in your agenda packet.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to move that the application be denied, as the application is not fully consistent with the Graham 2035 comprehensive plan. In this plan, I reference that we are supposed to be developing neighborhoods designed to maintain single family character. That in this, I also refer to strategy 6.1.2, low impact development. Promote the use of low impact development techniques to mitigate the impacts of stormwater runoff. Such techniques should include the use of, and it lists several things, but including reducing impermeable surfaces and restricting unnecessary grading and clearing of natural vegetation. Mr. Martin spoke directly to that. There would be a ton of grading needed to develop this project. It's 70 acres in the size that it has. Additional traffic on the roads that were not built to handle such capacity. There's the use of no parks in the center of the new neighborhood. And the
I think you've got,
clearing and the clearing of natural vegetation.
all right, before we do this motion, let's look back at this. First off, we can't tell him he can't cut his tree farm.
Right.
He's gonna do that. It is not our job to determine traffic. So that doesn't need to be in this motion.
Okay. I'll
Your
strike
concern,
those two items.
unless you say the concern is the traffic through existing neighborhoods.
Okay, add, I'm happy to amend my motion to add concerns about traffic, additional traffic to existing neighborhoods and,
Okay.
and neighborhoods that are coming that have already been approved.
Okay. All right. Is anything else I need to look at it on that motion? Darcy, have you got that motion?
I will have to listen back to the recording. It was too lengthy for me to write it all out. Unless Jennifer wants to restate it at a slower pace, then I'll try and write it.
Let's don't. I think we got the gist of it, and I think we corrected the parts that needed correcting. Are you all right with that, Jennifer?
Sure.
Mr.
Okay.
Mayor?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor. I think Jennifer may have covered it. Ms. Talley may have covered it, but I think she needs an explanation as to why the action is reasonable in the public interest, which that may be covered in everything she said. I'm just not sure. I didn't hear that.
The action is reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons, and it was stated in the 2035 plan. Do you want me to restate the reasons? Predominantly detached family, single family homes, additional traffic for existing neighborhoods, and that we need to design new developments consistent with single family character neighborhoods.
Good deal.
Yep.
Okay, I have a motion and I need a second.
Mr. Mayor, make a second.
Thank you, sir. I'll poll Council Chipper, please.
I vote to deny.
Okay, we need to vote positive on her motion.
Yeah, positive on her motion. Yep.
Okay.
Deny the or not.
Okay, Ricky, please.
I vote positive.
Melody,
No.
Jennifer,
Yes.
and I vote yes. So the motion carries 4-1. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got one more thing on the agenda, which might take a few minutes. It is 8:45. Let's stand up and stretch. We'll come back at 9 o'clock and finish this meeting up. 9 o'clock, okay? We're just going to take a quick recess. Oh, man, I'm going to get up myself. Chipper, what is that plaque of North Carolina behind you? You gotta unmute yourself.
That's all the North Carolina lighthouses.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah,
I'll have to come by and look at that. Pretty neat.
come by. I got a couple of them here.
Have you? How many lighthouses are there?
Man, I should
Well,
know, but look,
It looks like 7.
8. 8.
Ooh, 8. Okay, there's one
There's
sitting
8.
out there in the water, isn't it?
Yeah, you got one down here in the left-hand corner, right-hand corner of your right-hand corner.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, that was a gift from my parents one Christmas.
Oh, me. Now we're talking about your mom.
Oh, yeah.
do her. Yeah. I never knew your father, but your mom I knew.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, me.
She thought a lot of you, Mayor.
I had her fooled, didn't I?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Of course, I did too a few times.
Yeah. You know, I still remember her funeral, that story that they told, that the joke that she played on me and
About
to
the
be
name.
honored that way. Oh, yeah. That was an honor. It really was to have
Yeah.
a story told.
I told the preacher, I said, you need to get this story in.
Yeah, I miss Kevin too.
I do too. I miss him a
How's the
lot.
new preacher doing? Y'all doing all right?
Say what?
I said, how is he doing? Have you heard from him? Is he doing all?
Yeah, I talked to him when Pam McDonald passed away. I talked to him.
Mm-hmm.
You remember Pam, Enos's wife?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember him. We used to sit across from him at the theater, and I'd go over and visit Pam, and Enos would come visit Jan, and then we'd swap. Then I'd go visit Enos, and Jan would go visit Pam. So it was just one of those back and forth things.
Yeah. When she passed away, he and I talked.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he seems to be doing okay. He seems to like it down there.
Well, good. Well, he moved to the beach. You know, what else could a Methodist preacher want?
Hey, you got that right.
He might be learning how to fish by now, you reckon?
Well, I don't know. He's a Duke fan. He might be a little bit slow on that.
Now, did his daughter play soccer at Duke or?
No, his daughter, they had 2 daughters.
Uh-huh.
But the one daughter I was familiar with, she played, I believe, some type of club soccer or something at Appalachian State.
Okay.
But she had a real bad leg injury. I can't remember if she tore her knee up or she broke her leg, but it was pretty bad.
Yeah. I remember when that happened. I think they called them in. They were gone somewhere.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah. Yeah. That's when they were living up in Jennifer's apartment above Sutton's.
Right. That's right.
Yeah. Let me see what time it is here. All right.
It's about 5 till.
Okay. 5 more minutes.
Well, you made me lose a bet.
How'd I lose a bet?
You made me lose one.
How'd I do that?
I bet that you'd beat that record of 1 minute the other day.
That was one of my all-time great meetings.
Oh, it was.
A 1 minute meeting. That's something.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, you can't say hello and say a prayer in 1 minute. But we did, didn't we?
We did.
Yep. Oh, baby, there comes Melody back. Oh, that's Brian. Hey, Brian.
Hey, Jerry,
How have you been?
doing good. I hope you guys have.
We have. Know you've been busy.
Yes, sir. I think everybody has.
Yeah, it's a busy time, isn't it? If we get through this summer, get us a nice little snowstorm going, so everybody stay home for a while.
Yeah.
I hadn't wished for a snowstorm here in July.
Well, right now, I wouldn't care if we had a good frost, slow its grass down.
It just slowed my weeds down is all it would do.
Well,
I'm
you know,
still
that
using
too. Hey,
I'm
they
using
got to be
35
mowed too.
I use the 35-mile-an-hour method. If you go by my house, 35 and it's green, I'm just happy as I can be. I guess when we go back, we need to poll the council, make sure everybody's back with us. How's your new dog doing, Chipper?
Woo, he's a handful.
Is he?
He's a handful.
Yeah. Well, they got it natural.
I guess, yeah. He's still a puppy. I tell you that. He's still got a lot of puppy in him. Yeah, I don't know if you saw it, but he came up and got on my lap right before the meeting started.
I saw it when right before the meeting started, and I could hear him. He was eating or something.
Yeah.
I was just sort of wanting you to mute that one out.
Well, I don't know if you heard me tell him or not. Hey, you got to get out of here now. You got to go.
Well, I guess we've had worse at meetings.
We have. We've had longer.
Yeah, we hadn't had snakes or anything like that that I know of. Somebody could have had one in their pocket, I guess. I saw the gentleman that has the little little horse that he's got two of them. Yeah, he's got two of them now. So I saw him pull up in a cart across the street there from City Hall with two little small horses. So I guess he got two service horses.
I guess.
Yeah. All right, let me check the time again. We're at
we got about 2 till.
Okay, 2 till. This might not take too long here. We'll see. And then we'll go to the questions not on the agenda and see how.
Oh, me. We might want to end that one real quick, Mayor.
Yeah. I had enough paper here. It looked like a John Grisham novel I got here. So there's 206 pages of our agenda, and then all my notes, and then I've got this thing from the neighborhood down there. So I have got a pile of papers here. We're gonna recycle this stuff. It took me all night last night and the night before to go through this agenda and separate it out to where I wouldn't get completely lost. I mean, half the time I'm lost anyway, but I didn't want to be completely lost.
I've been completely lost because this is a thick packet.
It was. And I say, this looks like what John Grisham would have.
Yeah.
All right, somebody tell me when it's 9 o'clock and we'll start this thing back.
It's 1 till.
Okay.
Nine o'clock, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. We'll call everybody back. Poll the council. Mayor Pro Tem, are you with us?
I'm here.
Ricky Hall.
Yes, sir.
Melody, are you here? And Jennifer, are you here?
Yes.
Okay, so we're waiting for Melody.
Yes, sir.
So everybody's here. Hey, Melody. All right. Okay, we're going to go over our boards and commissions. First one is the ABC board, and we've got one vacancy. We've got Robert Sykes, who has been on the board for several years, and Tommy Faust. Tommy Faust lives down on Hamper Brickyard Road. I do have a letter here from Larry Brooks, who is the executive director of Alamance Board. He said, I am Larry Brooks, executive director of the ABC board. I am requesting that the council reappoint Robert Sykes to the board. Mr. Sykes is a longtime resident of Graham. At least once a week, I need someone to sign papers and documents and checks, and other than myself. Mr. Sykes is usually available to sign these documents. I would ask you to reappoint Mr. Sykes to this board, and that's signed Larry Brooks.
Mayor, one of the things that I just wanted to bring up, I've had some people that said, I guess based on this new way that we are doing the boards, that you can only like pick. I mean, it seems like the three boards that are obviously the most popular are the Historic Resources Board, the Planning Board, and the Appearance Board. I just wanted to see if we could possibly look at and you know, what your thoughts were on voting on those boards. And then there's so many other boards that we didn't even get, but like one, you know, one person, and there's several vacancies. And there's some good people that are applying for these other boards, and I just don't, doing them all at once is gonna like out them from being able to be on any of the other boards that have availability. So I was wondering if we could possibly look at doing the three boards this month. The other boards aren't even meeting anyways between now and next month. And allowing us to, you know, obviously we have to do these three boards because they're needed, but postponing doing that, and then maybe having Darcy go back to the people that aren't chosen for those three boards and see what other boards that might want to go on. I just wanted to.
I personally would like to go through all of them, and then if we have openings, let Darcy do that. Like, I mean, we got the ABC board, we got one vacancy with two people. So, you know, we will be fine with that. We will have some boards that only have, like the Historical Museum Board, we only have one person in there. We've got two vacancies, so we're gonna have an opening there. But if tomorrow Darcy sends out information on the boards to the people that weren't picked, I think we'll do the same thing, but we could cover the whole ground right now.
Mr. Mayor, I agree with you. And so do the boards and commissions who have worked before. Agree that it's easier to go through the process and then turn around and offer those vacancies to anyone who is not placed on a board tonight. That way it ensures that they have a true interest in the board instead of picking and choosing and trying to put people on boards. Historically, that has not worked well, and those people end up not showing up to those boards, and it turns out to be a negative impact. So in a positive way, let them call in tomorrow with Darcy and reapply for any vacancies that are open.
And to add to that, I don't believe we have somebody that wants to be on every board, and we could eliminate their trepidation of not being picked. So I'd like to just go through them. What does everybody, Chip?
I agree with that. That's fine.
Ricky, what do you think?
I'm neutral, whatever you do.
Okay, well, that being the case, then let's just go through them one at a time and see where we're at then. Again, let's go to the ABC board. You got Tommy Faust and Robert Sykes. Tell me what the board's pleasure is.
I nominate Robert Sykes.
I'll second that.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Any other people want to make a motion for Tommy Faust? Then I'll poll the council. Chip, how do you vote?
Robert Sykes.
Ricky?
Mr. Sykes.
Melody?
Mr. Sykes.
Jennifer?
Mr. Sykes.
And I'll vote for Mr. Sykes also. All right, next we got the Appearance Commission. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people for 2 vacancies on the Appearance Commission. I think we ought to poll the council and ask for who wants to nominate someone, and then we'll go back and try to eliminate them one at a time. So let's start with the Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Mayor,
Wait a minute, what is it?
did you want to see if there was anyone from the public who was here to speak on these?
That's a very good idea, and I apologize. Usually I look out in the audience and see somebody, so I missed that. Okay. So Jeff, have you got anybody?
Well, I see Renee Russell would like to return, so I'll say her name.
Wait a minute, let's see if anybody wants to speak.
Okay.
No, sir, Mr. Mayor, not at this time.
Okay, so Chip, you're going to nominate Renee Russell?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
someone raised their hand, I'm sorry.
and that is?
Sarah, I'm gonna slaughter the last name, Barham.
Yes. Okay, well, let's let her speak.
Go ahead, Sarah, state your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, everybody. My name is Sarah Barham. I'm at 112 Mallard Creek Drive in Graham. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I would love to be on the Appearance Commission. I would love to serve this community. I'm a graphic designer in Burlington, North Carolina, and I think that I have the abilities to really make this a great place. And I would love the opportunity to serve this community. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Barham.
Mayor, I got a question.
Yes, sir.
She lives at Mallard Drive. That's outside the city limits.
This is the one board, I believe.
Is she eligible?
Mayor, you are correct. This is the one board that the enabling language allows for up to 2 ETJ members to
Okay,
serve.
okay.
Currently,
okay.
we have no ETJ members on this board.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So Chip, do you still go with Renee Russell as your?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, Ricky, have you got a nomination?
Cheryl
Mayor.
Ray.
Mr.
Speak.
Mayor, we've got one more person that has their hand up as well, just so you know.
Okay, go ahead.
Next person is Judy Hall.
Hey, Judy.
Hi, Mayor. How are
I'm doing wonderful. Good to hear from you.
Thank you all for the time to speak. I just want to say how much I would really enjoy working on the Appearance Commission. It would be exciting and rewarding to work for the city of Graham and make some good changes to improve historically, to maintain it, to see money go to the upkeep and maintenance of the buildings downtown, maybe to expand the area from East Elm Street all the way up through Highway 54 to Hall River, as far as overlay districts, working with ideas with the areas in the manufacturing companies that are in the residential areas, and seeing that maybe we can work and see if they could look a little bit more, I guess, residential friendly for the people that have to live in them. And the areas like, we could expand to make the properties from Hardin Street to Webb Avenue, to make the, that's coming into town, to make them more appropriate looking, also for the city of Graham. So those are some things I've been talking about this for like 6 years, but we're now empty nesters. We're truly empty nesters, and I'd have more time to work on it. And that's one of the reasons I haven't done anything like this, because we weren't quite empty nesters, but now we are, and I have the time.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, anybody else, Jeff?
No, sir, Mr. Mayor, not at this time.
Thank you. Okay, now I was at Ricky. Ricky, have you got the nerve to do this?
The nerve to do what, sir?
Have you got the nerve not to do your wife here? This is putting you in a bad position.
No, sir. My wife understands.
Okay. Have you got a nomination?
I nominate Cheryl Ray.
Jennifer, have you got a nomination?
I like Judy Hall. I like Jennifer Brito. I think that they have previously showed interest in being on a board. And does Jerry, does your wife still serve on this board?
She does. She's not up for it right now. She's
Yeah.
got 1 more year.
Okay. She's enjoyed it. She's been on it for years, I know. So I'm
Yes.
happy with.
Jennifer, let's go with 1, and then I'll come back around with the council to see if there's a second.
Okay, I'll say, I'm really fine with either. So Judy Hall, because she just comes first. I don't know. H for
Okay.
Hall.
All right, and I am
This
the,
best.
I'm sorry, Melody, go ahead.
That's okay.
I'm
Both of
sorry.
mine have been nominated, Cheryl Ray and Renee Russell.
Okay, good deal. I am the council member for this board, and I will tell you that Renee Russell has done an excellent job. So I'm all right with the 3 nominations you've got. I'm all right with picking between the 3. So I'll go back, Chip, if you got any more anybody else got another nomination? We've got 3. Ricky?
No, sir.
Jennifer?
I mean, no, if you want to limit it to, you're saying limit it to Judy Hall, Cheryl Ray, and Renee Russell?
Are you all right with that?
Yeah.
All right, Melody, you too?
Yes, sir.
And I am also.
Because
So-
I think, you know, we could go back to Jennifer Brito or any of these other ones and let them know that there's other openings as well.
Yeah, we've already talked that over with Darcy, and she's going to do that tomorrow for us.
Okay. I make a
Okay.
motion that we approve Judy Hall and Cheryl Ray.
I've got a motion. Is there any other motions before I ask for a second?
Motion, we appoint Renee Russell and Cheryl Ray.
Well, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second though?
I'll second it.
Whoa. Y'all, hold up. Everybody's got to have a chance here. So we're going to go through the entire, we've got Jennifer wants Judy and Renee Russell. Melody would like
No,
Cheryl Ray.
Judy and Cheryl Ray.
Oh, I'm sorry. Cheryl Ray. All right, let's go to the staff. How do I need to do this? I've got 3 people. Tell me what I need to do.
You have a motion on the floor. You need to take action on the motion.
Okay, the motion was for Judy Hall and Cheryl Ray. Is that right? Jennifer, is that right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm sorry, I didn't know
I
you
got
were.
a motion, and I need a second.
Mr. Mayor, I second it.
I got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. All right, I'm gonna poll that. First, Chip. Ricky. Jennifer. Melody.
No.
And I will vote no because of the respect I have for Renee Russell. So our members for the for the Appearance Commission is Judy Hall and Cheryl Ray. All right, next we'll go to the K-9 Review Board. We've got 1 applicant. We've got 2 vacancies. I make a motion for Daphne Younger. I need a second.
Mr. Mayor, I second your motion.
All in favor, say aye. I'll poll you. Chip. Ricky. Melody,
Aye.
Jennifer,
Aye.
and me. I say aye. Next, we have the Historical Museum Board. Advisory Board, we have one application for 2 vacancies. Elaine Murin is on that board, and I understand she's doing an excellent job. I will nominate Elaine Murin to return to that board. I need a second.
Mr. Mayor, I second your motion.
Thank you, sir. All in favor, Chip? Ricky? Melody?
Aye.
Jennifer?
Aye.
And I say aye. Good deal. Next, we go to the Historic Resources Commission. The Historic Resources Commission, we have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 people interested in the Historic Resources Commission. We've got 2 openings. So,
Are we going to hear from people first?
yes, we are. Is there anybody there, Jeff?
Yes, sir. We have 3 hands raised right now. 4
Okay.
hands raised.
All right.
All right. First one's a phone number, so I don't know who it is. Phone ends in 4181.
Hello,
Yes.
this is Jennifer Brito.
Hey, Jennifer, how are you?
Good, and you? How's everybody?
Doing good.
Thanks for the time. I was trying to call earlier. I was trying to press the buttons, but it wasn't working. So I'm glad it worked this time. So I guess we're talking about the Historic Resource Commission, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I was just going to give you just taking a little bit of time from you guys. Basically, just to let you know that as we grow, we will be welcoming new residents. And I believe the importance in educating the public about local historic resources and raise awareness and support for a historical commission. So I will be more than happy to bring my enthusiasm and my love for this town and, join forces with everybody that's doing a great job so far. And also, I'll be willing to work with awesome Elaine if she needs a second person. So I didn't know that vacancy was there, so I would have applied if I would have known. So that's it.
Jenny, tomorrow, would you reach out to Darcy and tell her that?
Definitely.
What you have to do is just refile the permit and just check that historical museum. In case you don't get elected to this, we'd love to have you on that because it is an interesting board and they do a lot of stuff.
Oh, yes. And I would love to work with Elaine. So definitely. Thank you so much for your time.
Yes, ma'am. Who else have you got, Jeff?
Next one on the list, Mayor, is Matthew Haley.
Are you there, Matthew?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes, sir. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for letting me talk.
Yes,
My
sir.
name's Matt Haley. My residence is 2545 Covington Loop in Graham. I'm the principal for the Alamance Burlington Early College. I'm interested in getting on one of these committees because part of our mission statement is to encourage civic engagement. And by being able to model doing that for my students, I think it's important for me to get out and be involved in our community. I'm also, my wife and I own a business in downtown Graham, and we're very interested in, preserving the historical presence of the community while we grow as a community. We've lived in Graham over 10 years now. And so I just appreciate your time listening to me. Thanks.
Yeah. Who else have you got, Jeff?
Elaine. Okay, go ahead, Elaine. You've been unmuted.
Hello?
Sorry, guys. Am I on now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I apologize. I would like to support Jeanette Beaudry and Carla Smith for reappointment to the HRC. I think people don't realize how in-depth and what a commitment this particular commission is, and the level of responsibility and extra education that is required to serve on this commission. We have worked years to build up our handbook and to work toward better compliance on the HRC. And these two women have done a great job working with the commission. So I would encourage council to please reappoint them. Thank you all very much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Anyone else?
Last one, Mr. Mayor, telephone number in 4181.
Thank you, Jeff.
Go ahead, you've been unmuted. Hello?
Hi, this is Jennifer again. Jennifer Brito, I don't know why this happened. Maybe it's because I tried to call earlier. I didn't try to call again. But
Okay.
since I'm here, I agree with Elaine 100%. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. All right.
Mr. Mayor, we've got one more person just raised their hand.
Yes, sir.
Travis. Go ahead, Travis, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. I don't know if this is appropriate protocol, but I wonder if any of the folks looking to be appointed to the Historic Resources Commission who are present are willing to talk about their stance and belief of what should happen with the Confederate monument located at the courthouse.
Mayor.
I doubt it just because of these guys don't take that up. The Historic Resources Commission looks at things that you have a problem with. If we do something as far as the city council, the Historic Resources Commission looks at that as a judge. They do a lot of judgment type things, and that's what they're for, is to look at things that people in the city do not agree with, as far as say, if we close a street or something like that, or put up a stop sign. If they don't agree with that, there's always a place that they can go, and that's the Historic Resources Commission. It does not look at county property and stuff like that.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry that I guess I answered your question. I might not have, but I'm sorry about that. Anybody else?
Not at this time, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So open the floor for nominations. I would say that Carla Smith has, everything I've ever seen her do has been top notch. She really is an asset to the city. So I would like to nominate Carla Smith myself.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to nominate Paul Tucker.
I would like to nominate Karen Chen. She is retired military. She has done a lot of volunteer work after she retired, and she comes here with a lot of knowledge, and she just takes on something that's volunteer and makes it a job. I've just been super impressed with what I've seen her work on, and I think she would definitely be dedicated to the Historic Resources Commission. I think she would do an excellent job. I doubt very seriously she would ever miss a meeting.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to nominate Jeanette Beaudry.
Okay, anybody else?
Mr. Mayor, I would also like to nominate Mr. Matt Haley.
Okay, we've got 5 nominations. So, has everybody got a piece of, go ahead.
I had earlier Bobby Chin is also good, and Jennifer Brito. I think she would be good as well.
Are you nominating them or are you just making a statement?
Well, I mean, I want us to all obviously agree on something, but did Chip have somebody that he's nominated?
No, I'm good with who we got right now.
Which is Karen Chin.
Jeanette Beaudry, Matthew Haley, Carla Smith, and Paul Tucker.
Yes, I'm good with those.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll go to the
Motion,
staff.
we elect or appoint Karen Chin and Paul Tucker.
We could do this all night. Let's look at this. I know we got a motion and I'll take that up in just a second. We're sitting here looking at each other. Can you write two names down and hold it up to where we can see them? Would that take care of this? What do you think, Brian? Can we do that?
Well, I mean, you can.
Brian, you'll need to unmute.
You guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I really don't know about that. I don't know what would be wrong with it, but I think you may want to have somebody make a motion and then vote on it would be
Okay.
probably the better
All right.
course of action.
Okay. All right, Jennifer, go ahead with your motion.
And vote to appoint Karen Chin and Paul Tucker.
All right, hold on a minute. Let me get a piece of paper. All right, I need a second for Karen Chin and Paul Tucker.
Mr. Mayor, I make that motion.
All right, I got a motion and a second. Any other motions?
Are you taking motions at this time?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I make a motion that we have Carla Smith and Karen Chin.
On the, according to Robert's Rules of Order, I think we have a motion and a second. We have to take action on the first motion.
That is actually correct.
That'll be my fault then, won't it? Okay, we got a motion, Karen Chin and Paul Tucker. I'll poll the council. Chip,
Nay.
Ricky,
Yes.
Jennifer,
Yes.
Melody,
No.
and I vote no. So
I make a motion that we do Karen Chin and who did you want, Melody or Jerry?
Carla Smith.
I'm gonna take all motions before we take action. How about that?
Okay.
What
So
about,
I won't ask for a second. So Carla Smith and Karen Chin is who Melody asked for.
I'll
Have I-
second.
I'm willing to do that. I'm just saying, may I make a motion for Karen Chin and who did you want, Melody?
I already said Carla Smith.
Okay, Carla Smith. Okay.
Wait a
Is
minute, I've got a
that-
motion in a second now, so I've got to vote on it. So
Right,
that was Carla Smith and Karen Chin.
right.
So with that being said, I'll poll the council. Chip, Ricky,
I can go out.
Jennifer, Melody,
Aye.
and I vote aye. Good enough. All right, we've got Karen Chin and Carla Smith. All right. Karen Chin is a very impressive lady. If y'all haven't met her, you need to meet her.
Wasn't
And
she,
so is Bobby.
how far did she go up in the military, Jerry?
You know, she was an officer and I think Bobby was a grunt. So, you know,
Wasn't she a colonel?
yeah, somewhere around that neighborhood. She's a very impressive lady.
Very impressive. And-
Next,
and-
we have the
and-
housing authority.
in the military, for her to have gone that far, that's impressive.
I think Bobby retired from the military also. Anyway, we've got the housing authority, Tommy Faust and Suzanne Mosier. Suzanne Mosier is an original member of the Housing Authority, and Tommy Faust live on Hampton Brickyard Road. And I'm good friends with Tommy Faust. He's a real great guy. So what does everybody think?
Mr. Mayor, I vote that we leave Ms. Mosher in place.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, ma'am. We've got a motion and a second for Suzanne Mosier. Our poll council, Chipper. Ricky. Jennifer. Melody.
Aye.
And I'll vote aye. So we'll leave Suzanne Mosier in there. Good deal. Now we've got the planning board and board of adjustment. We got 2 vacancies for 3-year terms. We got Eric
Mr. Mayor?
Chrisman.
Mr.
Yes.
Mayor, may I ask a question?
Yes.
I've been told there should be 3 vacancies.
You're right. You gotta give me time. I was gonna get to that. We're listing 2 vacancies, but we actually have 3 because somebody had resigned about a month and a half ago. So we do have 3 vacancies. You're exactly right, Ricky. The planning board and board of adjustment by Tony Bailey, Bobby Chin, Bobby Minor, Beverly Scurry, Jeanette Beaudry, Eric Chrisman, Matinda Rowe, and Chuck Talley. Is anybody wanting to speak about this, Jeff?
Yes, sir. 2 people. First one's going to be Beverly.
Okay.
Go ahead, Beverly. You've been unmuted.
Good evening, everyone. I
Good
hope
evening,
everyone's
Beverly. How are
doing
you?
well. I'm good. Nice to speak with you again, Mr. Mayor.
You too.
I just wanted to express my interest in serving on the planning board. I am a native of Alamance County, and so would love to be able to put my knowledge of the county and the people here to the planning board. There's 3 main things that I feel like I can bring to the planning board. My background in public health, I think, will serve me well in that position. I've been in public health for 10 years, and I think it relates very well to the planning board. As well as the fact that I am from Alamance County with some history here and my knowledge of the area, as well as being able to bring some diversity to the planning board in regards to not only racial diversity, but a renter's perspective. I am a renter in Graham, and I know a lot of folks who are longtime renters, and I think that perspective on the planning board would be very helpful as well. So just wanted to introduce myself and let you all know my excitement and interest in this board. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else? Jeff?
Yes, sir, Mayor. There is. Sorry, I had to get the right button. Tony Bailey.
Mr. Bailey, how are
you?
you?
Muted.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
My name is Tony Bailey. I'm at 1139 Challenge Drive in Graham, North Carolina here. I've been here for 15 years. I moved here in 2005. I've been in transportation for over 32 years. I currently work at Avery Express. I've lived in Guilford County, Cumberland County, Lee County, and Wake County. I have a pretty good idea how communities work, and I think I'll be a valuable member of the planning board team. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members.
Tony, I have to apologize. I didn't catch the name, and I apologize to you. It's been a good while since I've seen you,
Yes, sir.
but it's good to see you again. Who else we got, Jeff?
All right, Mr. Mayor. Next one with the last name Roll.
Matinda Rowe.
Yes.
All right,
I can-
Did I say that right, ma'am?
Yes, you did. You said it perfectly. Good evening, everybody. My name is Ntende Roll. I live on 414 South Maple Street here in Graham, actually across the street from Chip Turner. Me and my husband own a construction company called Roll Construction in the area. So great to see you this evening. I appreciate the time taken to let me speak. I'm very interested in the planning board, and I look forward to the opportunity to bring a new perspective as Graham continues to grow and flourish. This is the place that I call home, and I'm willing to invest my time and skills in ensuring its success. Thank you very much for this time.
Thank you, ma'am. Is that all, Jeff?
No, sir. Next one is Eric Chrisman.
Is there any way to mute him?
You just wish. Mr. Mayor, my name is Eric Crispin. I live at 208 Albright Avenue in Graham. I'm currently serving on the planning board and have thoroughly enjoyed my time there. And I think I bring a long time perspective, but one that is willing to look at new ideas and new growth and make the best use of what Graham has become and should become in the future. We don't plan for what's going to happen to us, but we're planning what's going to happen to future generations, and we have to always keep that in mind. And I appreciate your support.
Thank you, Eric. Anyone else, Jeff?
Yes, sir. Next one is phone number ending in 8758. Go ahead. You've been
Good
unmuted.
evening, Mayor. Thank you. My name's Bobby Miner, 315 Old Farm Drive, and I too am interested in joining the planning board. I'm a lifelong Alamance County native and been in Graham for over 20 years. I've been to the city council meetings and planning meetings several times, so I know how they work. Also, my background is in quality assurance over 20 years, so I'm used to looking at procedures, documents, specifications like that. So I think that would really benefit and helping it out before it comes to the council members. So I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else, Jeff?
Yes, sir. Last one is Elaine. Go ahead, Elaine. You've been unmuted.
Hi, thank you again. I would like to support Eric Chrisman for reappointment to the planning board. I have worked with Eric on several initiatives and committees in Graham over the years, and he's a tremendously ethical and intelligent person, and he takes this very seriously. And I think he is more than qualified to serve in this capacity, and I hope you'll consider him for reappointment. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Elaine. I appreciate it. Anybody else to speak? All right, y'all. I've been listening to y'all making motions all night. I'm gonna make one now. I make a motion, we appoint Eric Chrisman, Bobby Chin, and Beverly Scurry. Is there any, do I have a second on that?
Well, can we talk about the other people that are, can we not talk about it before we decide going forward?
We hadn't so far. All we've done is make motions. So I think I've got a motion and a second. Is that right? Melody, did you second it?
I did.
So I've got a motion and a second. So if y'all want to talk about other people, then vote against this motion. So I'll poll the council. Chip?
Jerry, can I interrupt you for one moment? Would
Yes,
you
ma'am.
mind specifying which two terms will expire in 2023 and which term will expire in 2022? The one that's not listed in the agenda packet is the 2022 because they will be fulfilling someone's seat.
Okay. I will go with Eric Chrisman and Bobby Chin for the long term and Beverly Scurry for the 2022.
Who did you say, Jerry?
Eric Chrisman and Bobby Chin for the longest terms, which is 2023, and Beverly Scurry for the remainder of the one term that we're replacing somebody with at 2022. Is that the way you need it?
Can we separate this and do the,
I thought we were only voting on two So why I don't know how we can legally vote on the third one when it's not on the agenda.
We have 3 vacancies, so we're gonna, in this, we had 2, and it was just a minor
Not
setback.
according to the agenda.
I
It
know,
was an
but we-
oversight on my part.
It doesn't matter. The planning board is a very important board. And I don't agree with not even like having, we've always had a rule that we would not make a decision on the planning board or any kind of motion or any kind of decision on something without it being on the board, without it being announced and properly done. To do it the same night of the decision making is not something that we do on this council.
I don't think that situation occurs to, or pertains to this situation. This is an oversight.
This is a very important board position.
But please, Jennifer, do not speak over someone else. That's the whole point of the procedure. Okay? That's what, this was an oversight. It is not anything new that is being brought to the board. That's what this board does not vote on. Something new that has been brought to the board at that time that has not been discussed. That's where we table it and we talk about something else. We are already talking about
with this.
We're
Brian, what,
already going to do board appointments next month. So I think we should vote on the 2 board members' vacancies that is on the agenda and then have the 3rd one for next month.
all right, hold on. Go to Brian with it.
I think it's just more of a policy. If it was just an oversight, I wouldn't see any reason you couldn't vote on it tonight, to be honest with you. I mean, it was brought to the attention,
Was it an oversight that that when I contacted the city that somebody that was on here was not contacted, wasn't even contacted, and they had applied back in February?
All right,
Jennifer,
all right,
just,
hold it.
just,
Oh, this is too much of an effort for this.
I just wanted to let Jennifer know, Jerry, that I did speak with Mr. Tucker, who was notified 3 times via 3 separate emails for the 3 boards that he had expressed interest in. He did receive emails on 6/23, and by his own admission, he did not look at his email.
Okay, I'm just saying he contacted and said, haven't heard anything. And I said, well, we're voting on them next month. So that's why I followed up. And then you had told me that you had inadvertently not emailed him.
Well, I couldn't find the email when you were on the phone with me, but afterwards I did find it. I reached out to Mr. Tucker. I advised him that he received 3 emails.
Okay, we have something we have to take care of. We've got a motion and a second, so I do have to take care of this. If y'all feel like Jennifer has a valid reason to wait, then vote no against this. So we do have a motion and a second. So I'll poll the council, and that was with Eric Crispin, the 2023, Bobby Chin, 2023, and Beverly Scurry at 2022. Chip, what do you say?
I go on with 2 of them. So I guess I'll say nay.
Ricky?
Nay.
Jennifer?
Nay.
And Melody?
Aye.
And I vote yes, so the motion fails 3-2.
I
So
make a motion, we appoint Tony Bailey, Bobby Chin, and Bobby Minor.
Mr. Mayor, I second the motion.
we've got a motion and a second. Tony Bailey, Bobby Chin, and Bailey Minor. Is that right?
Bobby Minor. He spoke earlier.
Yes. Okay, I've got a motion and a second. Okay, Chipper?
Nay.
Ricky?
Yes.
And Jennifer?
Yes.
Melody?
Nay.
And I'll go no. So that fails 3-2 also.
All right, Mayor, I'd like to make a nomination of Bobby Chin, Tony Bailey, and Eric Christman.
Tony Bailey, Bobby Chin, Eric Christman.
Eric
Tell
Christman.
me about the date, the years, 2023 for two of them and 2022 for one.
I guess Tony Bailey for 2022. Bobby Chin, Eric Christman for 2023.
Okay. I will second that motion. I poll the council. Chip,
Aye.
Ricky,
Aye.
Melody,
Aye.
Jennifer,
Aye.
and I'll go aye, so that'll be unanimous. Melody, Darcy, have you got those dates?
Yes, sir. We have Mr. Chin and Mr. Christman at 2023 and Mr. Bailey at 2022.
I tell you what, it's a good problem to have so many good candidates, isn't it? Okay, the last two are pretty easy. Recreation Commission, we've got 3 vacancies. 2 people have applied and both of them are on the board. So I'll make a motion to appoint Brian Cutler and Kent Davis.
Mr. Mayor, second motion.
Thank y'all. All in favor? Chip,
Aye.
Ricky,
Aye.
Melody,
Aye.
Jennifer, and I go aye. Next, we have the tree board, 2 vacancies. We have 1 person applying, Bonnie Hutchinson. She is already on that board. She's seeking reappointment. I'll make a motion to appoint Bonnie Hutchinson. I need a second.
Second.
Thank you, sir. All in favor? Chip,
Aye.
Jennifer, Ricky,
Aye.
Melody,
Aye.
and I will go aye. All right. Does that include that's got everything?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
someone raised their hand, just thought. Not sure
Okay.
which one it's for, but. just thought
Okay.
I'd let- Dean, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I was just trying to get ahead for item number 5, issues not on tonight's agenda. I just wanted to speak at that time.
Okay, we will let you speak right now.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, Dean Ward, 1143 Challenge Drive, the chair of the planning board. I would like for you to consider the next planning board meeting to be in person and not a virtual meeting. Going to be new members being sworn in before they can take their position on the board. And also, they will have some procedures that I think staff will give them, books, maybe a planning and zoning manual. And it would be better for our board if we possibly could meet in person. If you would consider that, I would appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. We'll look into it for you, Dean, and see what we can do. We'll have to go through probably call the state to see if we can do it, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
But thank you for that request.
Thank you, sir.
So let me go over this real quick. If anyone in attendance wants to speak during the public comment period, please indicate you wish to do so by raising your hand in the feature in the Zoom, or if by phone, *9 to notify the host you want to speak. We ask that you please state your name, address, and the topic for the record. You will be given 4 minutes to speak. Please be advised at this time, the council will not speak about or make any statements regarding the NAACP versus Jerry Peterman, the civil action 120 CV 613 in the Federal Middle District Court in Greensboro. Let's go to the city clerk to see if you have any written comments. Do you, Darcy?
Yes, Jerry, I do. I'm trying.
Okay, let's take those first.
All right, I'm trying to get my video.
Okay.
Okay. I have received a public comment from Elizabeth McHugh on July 13th. Ms. McHugh writes, "Dear Graham City Council members, as a citizen of Alamance County, I am invested in the future of our county and Graham, our beautiful county seat. I am interested in making the county more pedestrian and bike friendly with additional parks being added to the lovely set of parks that already exist. I realize that this will cost money, and I would gladly increase my property taxes in order to make this happen. One of the other ways I think that the county would be more welcoming is if we remove the Confederate statue that is in front of the courthouse. It is costing taxpayers a lot of money to keep it safe. The police are having to protect it when they could be doing more useful things. And it could be removed and placed in a museum of history where people could see it and read about its place in history. At the moment, it is bringing a great deal of unwanted bad press to Alamance County and the city of Graham. It is also bringing a great deal, as it has done for many years, sorrow and oppression to a large part of our citizenry. This is not what we want for the present or future of Alamance County or the city of Graham. The time has come to remove the statue and focus on the things that will make Alamance County and the city of Graham the place where everyone would like to live and businesses would like to set up shop. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
I have also received.
Let's go to the, see if you have any written.
All right, I've also received an email on July 14th from Casey Eggleston. Good afternoon. I was wondering if you could address a question I had about the bell knocker being gone from the bell in Court Square. I noticed it was gone yesterday after being there Sunday. Was this intentionally removed or was it stolen? If it was intentionally removed, what was the purpose of it they removed, and will it be replaced?
I will answer that because I did have it removed. The reason being the bell does not belong to the city of Graham, it's on loan. And we were really concerned with it being damaged. As we looked at it and went up there and looked at the bell ringer, it had been painted the day before and it was just beat all to pieces. So yes, we did take that out. It was no reflection on anybody or to cause anybody any problem. It was to protect that bell, again, that's on loan by the Chrisman family. So we did have to protect that bell. So I hope that answered her question. Next.
Okay. I've also received 2 emails from a Vaughn Johnson of 225 West Hardin Street in Graham. The first one reads, "Hello, my name is Vaughn Johnson and I'm a proud African-American citizen of Graham. I was hoping that you could address something for me. The city declined to appear in last week's scheduled initial hearing in federal court, triggering and ordering lifting bans on protest and forcing the city to issue permits through an appropriate process until a second appearance on July 20th. Given that officials and legal experts have said that the city of Graham has an extremely low percentage of arguing a successful case, do you plan on continuing to litigate this case? Are our tax dollars being used to fight this case? What does it cost for the city to fight this case? And why would the city continue to fight a case that violates and limits the constitutional rights of the citizens you claim to protect?"
Again, we have no comment on that.
The second email came in from Mr. Vaughn Johnson at 225 West Hardin Street. And it reads, "Do any members of the city council have any idea how many police officers who work for the Graham Police Department actually live in Graham? Are there any stats or percentages about these numbers? How many African-American women work for the Graham Police Department? How many people of color are actually police officers for the city of Graham?" And that's the end of that one.
And I do not have those stats, but I will make sure that those stats are available. We'll send an email to Mr. Johnson, give him a couple of days to get those stats together, and he can call the Graham Police Department and ask for those stats. Have you got anything else, Darcy?
I do not. I had some people email me today asking they wanted to sign up for public comments, but they did not email what the comments were.
Okay, maybe they'll be live. So we'll go to Jeff. Jeff, have you got someone?
Yes, sir. We do. We have several.
Okay.
First one's going to be Patty Allen.
Okay.
Patty,
Hello.
you've been unmuted.
Thank you. My request is that on the public notices for the virtual sessions, that it may be made clearer that the written comments for agenda topics need to be submitted on a timeline, I believe by 2 o'clock. As I looked at the agenda this evening, after it being pointed out to me, I did not even read the public notice, the big box where it says items not on the public agenda, because I was not going to be on this part of the agenda. So I did not know of the 2 p.m. deadline today. I'd just like to ask that that be made clear, that even on topic agenda items have a 2 p.m. written in deadline for those of us caring for other people that might not be able to be in attendance for 3.5 to 4 hours at a time.
Asked you, Ms. Allen, to sign up for our sunshine list, and they will remind you to look on that.
Well, yes, I am on the sunshine list, but it's still, when I open up that public notice, the public notice with the deadline is in a box down at the bottom that specifically states about items not on the agenda and the deadline. It doesn't say it about agenda items. It's
Okay,
just a point of clarification.
We'll take that and try to make it a little bigger so that.
Thank you.
More visual. Thank you, ma'am. Darcy, would you put a note for that for us, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Who is next, Jeff?
Next one, Mr. Mayor, is Carrie Griffin. Carrie, you've been unmuted. State your name and address, please.
Hi again, Mr. Mayor. This is Carrie Griffin at 313 Providence Road. Again, I want to thank you for allowing me to view tonight's meeting. It has been a long one, and I know that there are plenty of people waiting for public comments that have been present this entire time, actively listening, unlike some of the city council members that were elected. I want to say that Thomas Paine once said, "A body of men holding themselves accountable to nobody ought not to be trusted by anybody." I think this is really important for us all to think about. At this moment in our history, we're dealing with a pandemic, racial tension, and protests across our nation. Just this Saturday, we had almost 1,000 people come to Graham, walk 1.5 miles into the streets of Graham in the name of love and peace. We are at the cusp of real change and progress brought about by the awareness and a willingness to listen. However, during this meeting, not all members of the council board have been as active listeners. It is problematic that the board members seemingly do not come to tonight's meeting fully present and actively listening to our community. It's also really important, I believe, that we understand that keeping the statute is a safety issue. Just this week, there was a call to arms from racists and neo-Confederates saying that peaceful protesters would be attacking the city of Graham. We all know this is untrue. I know, Mr. Peterman, that you know this is untrue. We have had multiple demonstrations since May 31st that have been very peaceful. The only folks inciting violence are the neo-Confederates and Act Back. Many of these people like to congregate under Councilwoman Jennifer Talley's restaurants and businesses. This is an ultimate conflict of interest and is unacceptable. Going forward, I think it's very important that we hold our elected officials accountable, and I will continue to do so, and I will continue to make sure that the people of Graham do so as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Who's next, Jeff?
Hey, Mayor,
Yes.
I just ask that you make sure that we follow Robert's Rules of Order. We don't let someone be disruptive in the meeting and not address things and not make absolute false allegations, and they don't know what they're talking about. But I mean, everyone's entitled to their free speech, and I'm the first person to say that, but you know, it seems like it's a very one-sided situation where we're not allowed to speak or respond, but they can just say whatever they want, even if it's untrue.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Who is next, Jeff?
All right, Mr. Mayor, next person with the first name Addison. State your name and your address, please.
Yes, sir. My name is Addison Teachy. I live at 736 Bank Street, Graham. I want to talk a little bit about the Confederate monument in downtown at the courthouse. I'd just like to give a little historical context. The Confederate States of America was made up of 11 states that seceded from the Union following the election of Abraham Lincoln. While never being fully recognized as a sovereign nation, the territory existed from 1861 to 1865. In his cornerstone speech given March 21st, 1861 in Savannah, Georgia, Confederate Vice President Alexander H. Stephens gave remarks on the difference between the Constitution of the Union and the new Constitution of the Confederacy. In this speech, the main difference was the Confederacy's belief in the inferiority of the African race. An excerpt of the cornerstone speech is included. Our new government is founded upon exactly the opposite idea. Its foundations are laid, its cornerstone rests upon the great truth that the Negro is not equal to the white man, that slavery, subordination to the superior race is his natural and normal condition. This is our new government, is the first in the history of the world based upon this great physical, philosophical, and moral truth. We as a community can no longer turn a blind eye to the obvious injustice of glorifying a system that was founded on racism and thrived by keeping human beings in bondage. African Americans should no longer have to walk by a statue honoring people who kept their ancestors enslaved. There's a phrase about our town I see on yard signs and around town and in hashtags on social media called Love Graham. We know that this is meant to foster love of community and support of local businesses within the city of Graham. While this phrase or slogan is easy to display or say, it is harder to truly live by each and every day. How can we truly love Graham when we force African American citizens to walk by a monument of bondage, racism, and slavery? How can we love Graham when we are asked to respect certain people's heritage when it was their heritage that reduced other human beings' existence to forced manual labor? It's time to truly love Graham by taking down a statue that divides us and instead erect another statue of something that should unite us as citizens, no matter color. This is our time. Please make sure that you are on the right side of history. Please lose the lost cause and take the statue down. And I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Teachy. Who's next, Jeff?
Stephanie. Stephanie, you've been unmuted. State your name and your address, please.
Are you there, Stephanie?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Let me have your name and address if you would, please.
Hi, this is Stephanie Ruiz. I am a citizen of Graham, and I choose not to recite my address as advised by my lawyer. I do serve on the tree board and appearance commission, so I am a citizen of Graham and able to speak today. I'd like to ask each city council member and the mayor if they would go on record, not as city councilors, but as individual citizens, and state their personal preferences are related to the confederal statue of the court. Should it be moved to a new location or should it stay where it is? I won't accept an answer that is related to whether the council has the legal authority, jurisdiction, or ownership to enforce an opinion, but rather your personal feelings. Should we keep it or move it? And the only reason I would like to hear this is because I see a lot of talk on Facebook, a lot of fingers moving on keyboards, but not a lot of voices being heard when we ask these questions. So I would like to hear each and every one of you, where do you stand?
Again, I don't think we can answer that right now. We will answer it, but it's right now we're being sued over this. So I'm going to advise the council not to answer such a question, but I appreciate the question.
I would like to ask, you do say that you can't speak on these matters, but one of the council members, Jennifer Talley, has been saying things on Facebook. I've screenshotted things that she has written, and I don't understand how she can speak on such things, but other council members aren't able to.
Again, by advice of a council, we cannot speak on such things, and whether or not somebody strays from that advice, I can't hold everybody's hand, as you well know.
Mhm. Okay. Well, thank you for your time.
Yes, ma'am. Who we got next, Jeff?
Next person on the list, Mr. Mayor, is S. Blackwell.
Okay.
You've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, Ms. Blackwell. How are you?
Yes, my name is first initial S, last name Blackwell, 112 East Gilbert Street, Graham, North Carolina.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
one of the leaders of the event on Saturday, and just wanted to get your, final remarks and thoughts about how you believe the event went. I want to thank you for, the resources you provided and things you implemented to help us have a safe and successful event, and just wanted to get your overall remarks and thoughts of how you thought everything went.
Can I answer that, Brian?
Yes, sir. I think you can. It has to do with the event itself. So
I absolutely think the event went as good as we possibly could have hoped it would. The crowd was respectful. Our participation with the city of Graham, as you saw the strike teams we had for our the EMS that were coming out of the Graham Fire Department. We had 3 of them that followed the group the entire time to try to take care of anybody that had a problem. And they did. We had 5 or 6 that absolutely just fell out from the heat. The message was a good message, a message of love, until, of course, at 2 o'clock when everybody started moving. The general population of the movement left when they were supposed to leave at 2 o'clock. But then both people got to yelling, both sides. And that was really disturbing. And it was really scary, not only for our police officers that were standing in the middle of it, but also for the citizens that we are, us 5, and this rest of the city staff are sworn to protect. Again, it was a very good event, and we were happy it ended as good as it did, and lasted as good as it did. I hope that answered your question.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Brian. I just didn't know. I felt like I could, but I wasn't sure.
no problem. No problem.
Jeff, next.
Next person is C. Eglist. You've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Hello. Are you there? Hello. All right, Jeff, I guess we'll go to the next one.
Okay, sir. Next one is labeled Graham Business Owner. Go ahead, state your name and address.
Hi, my name is, good evening. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. My name is Dion Lyles, 12 Northeast Court Square, Graham, North Carolina. Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Thank you all for giving me this opportunity to speak today. I normally don't really care too much about speaking publicly. However, felt inclined after so many recent events and more and more recently, concerned about safety issues, especially as the only person of color in the square that owns a business. When I first came to Graham, other business owners can tell you that we had a discussion regarding the Confederate statue, and I didn't have issues with it being there. I didn't have issues with it being there until June 20th, when a Black gentleman and I went to have a beer at Beer Co. And the issue wasn't being called niggers. While we walked past, the issue became intimidation, fear. I have anxiety that's been induced by the behaviors of the people that the statue brings to the community. What was two Black people going to have a beer at Beer Co. met a Black man there who offered us another beer, turned into 2 arrests, turned into camera systems being installed in my business, turned into me being pointed out to white supremacy groups while leaving my business, has turned into me hyperventilating, shaking uncontrollably, and having panic attacks. I came to Graham because I seen the progress and I didn't see the underlying issues that have recently surfaced, which include issues with leadership and governing offices provoking these people to come to our town, stating that Antifa was coming, which drove them to our town. Going into Jennifer Talley's Graham shop, it getting completely silenced, and an argument started by a white supremacist with me. Guns being, ammunition and guns and videos which have been shared throughout social media of people in Jennifer Talley's establishment boasting about the type of ammunition that they have and telling protesters that they needed to go away, not to bring that shit to Graham. I think that as leaders in the community, excuse me?
Watch your language, please.
Oh, excuse me, I apologize. I was quoting what was in the video. I apologize. That is of no disrespect to you all. I will make sure that you receive copies of all the information that I've been gathering over the past 12 months, or not 12 months, past 6 weeks. So the First Amendment right is one violation. However, the issue of safety is not only of my concern, but of my daughter's concern, my concern. And now people are showing up and sitting in my shop for hours because they're concerned about my safety as well. I would like to see someone say or do something about this. As appointed leadership, I think that we should demonstrate the behaviors in which we would like to have our town presented. And when you are antagonizing and stirring the pot and creating chaos, then you should expect it in your town.
Thank you.
That's all I have to say.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, Jeff, please.
Next person on the list starts with Vaughn. Vaughn, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Vaughn Johnson. I actually wrote the email earlier that was read. I wanted to officially introduce myself. I want to be 100% honest and transparent. I shouldn't be nervous to talk about my experiences here in the town in which I live, but I'm extremely nervous, and that's due to mostly because of the climate that's here right now. A little bit about myself. I live in the Oneida Mills Loft area, which is income-based housing. I don't have transportation, so I walk everywhere, and the downtown area is my epicenter. I spend a lot of my dollars there to feed myself, to dress myself. I enjoy Beer Co. So I'm a contributing member to society. My son loves the Graham Soda Shop. He's 6 in August, and his favorite thing is to go get a milkshake out of there. They used to have live music there. I used to go there by myself a lot to eat cheeseburgers, but he just loves the ice cream. Over the last couple weeks, with everything that's going on, I'm scared to bring my child to Graham. And I don't know what to say to him when he says, hey, Dad, can we go get some ice cream? Or, hey, Dad, can we go walk around the park? Hey, Dad, can we go to the library? He loves to read. And I feel like I'm scared to take him places that he loves, and I shouldn't have to have these conversations with him. I wanted to just ask you guys, what do you guys suggest I tell him? Is Graham a welcoming place for a Black man or anybody of color, any Indigenous people to come and spend their hard-earned dollars, especially in a time like this? I just want to know what you guys think about that, and I won't hold you guys anymore.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Who's next, Jeff?
Joshua Fitzgerald, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hi, so my name is Joshua Fitzgerald. I live at 3145 Midway Church Road. So I would like to insert a comment suggesting a couple of things. So first, I'd like to commend the City Council. I believe that with a couple of exceptions, you have shown reasonable restraint in pursuing this current discussion. So I'd like to thank you for that. My second comment relates to the dispensation of the statue. I do not prefer the preservation of the statue, and I myself prefer removal if possible, particularly because the statue was created essentially to commemorate a lynching, which is not by any means moral and should not by any means, no statue commemorating that sort of thing should be allowed to exist. However, from a pragmatic perspective, in the interest of maintaining peace between increasingly oppositional sides, I am wondering if some means of compromise would not be objectionable. I would like to make an alternate proposal regarding the dispensation of the Confederate statue. And I was wondering the extent to which the City of Graham has instead considered a contextualization strategy. By that, I mean some method of leaving the statue in place if absolutely necessary, and surrounding it with or adding beside it a statue that celebrates diversity, justice, and Graham's multiracial, multi-ethnic heritage. For example, perhaps a contest could be held to find a design that undermines and in fact inverts the pro-slavery message of the monument, such as a triumphant shell almost entirely surrounding the statue, containing it to say, on behalf of Graham, this was our history at one point, but we have moved past this and we have conquered it in order to build a better multiracial future for everyone. And in a sense, it could suggest the triumph of these forces of diversity over the evil that has led to the initial implementation of the statute, because the statute is historical. And in a sense, we are making history right now through the debate that has occurred over it. And although the statue should, in my opinion, I strongly prefer a removal strategy that places it in a museum. But if the issue is intractable enough that armed protesters are getting on both sides to fight over it, I'm almost wondering if this sort of pragmatic proposal should be considered by the City of Graham. I don't believe it's the best or most moral option, but it might be a proposal that might be more amenable to all sides involved. I do not know that for a fact, but I just thought I would propose it.
That's very well said, Mr. Fitzgerald. I appreciate the comment.
Thank you.
Jeff, who else have we got?
Next one is Cortez, K-O-R-T-I-Z. This one has got an old version of Zoom, so I'm gonna have to promote them. Stand by.
All righty.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, my name is Crystal Ortiz. How are you guys?
We're doing great. I hope you're doing good.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to bring up that we are at 20,000 signatures for the petition to remove the Confederate statue. I just wanted to say, with everyone that's had a chance to say their comments and everything, I think you guys really need to seriously take everything to heart and really understand, if you guys really want unity, you really want change, you have to start by listening with everyone. Everyone that had their opinion and what they said, I really agree with everything. I feel like you need to really, again, just listen. You know, I think we've been arguing and groups going back and forth, and I think it's just time that you sit down and we address this head on. Another thing I wanted to address was the fact that people in those elected officials are stating their opinions on social media and everything like that. And I just really want you guys to understand, like, when you guys promote that type of comments, it makes the community feel like it's okay to share that hate as well. So I just want to strongly imply that, you know, what you say really affects people, even if you don't think it does. You know, I think it's time, you know, it doesn't affect you, but it does affect other people. And I think it's time we seriously take that serious. Like, I don't think you guys understand. But anyways, I do just want to again say that we are at 20,000 signatures for it to be removed. And I wanted to also say Dion's comment, I was there the day that they had the guns at downtown Graham. And I wanted to say that, for one, it is a violation of NC criminal law going armed to the terror of the public. It's an NC common law. And a person who is guilty arms him or herself with unusual and dangerous weapons, which they did. And they are on the Graham Snapchat. The Graham Snapchat. So everyone had access to see this. And it for the purpose of terrorizing other people and in a manner to cause terror to the people, which all three were violated. So I just want you guys to take that serious as well, that downtown Graham, they do put that on the Graham story, and they do promote that type of hatred, that type of usage, I guess, with the guns. And I think it's time you guys take that serious as well. And yeah, thank you guys for your time.
Ms. Cortez, I think I can say that we are concerned and we are.
It's Ms. Ortiz. It's Crystal Ortiz.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Cortez. We are concerned and we are listening, but right now response is
I can understand that.
Impossible for us.
No, I can understand that. And then publicly, I wanted everyone to hear that, you know, what you put on social media as an elected official, as anyone in power, really consider what you post, because it's hurtful. But, you know, I'm glad that people are feeling comfortable to post it, because now we see, you know, your real thoughts and your real emotion behind everything. So again, thank you.
Ms. Cortez, you look at my Facebook page and stuff, I don't think you'll see anything that's negative anywhere in my life.
Not just going towards you, Mr. Mayor.
I also want you to see that I stopped posting anything the day that this lawsuit was filed. Mm-hmm. So we're taking it very serious and we're trying to do our duty. But thank you for your comments.
Yes, sir.
Jeff, next.
Next one, Mr. Mayor, is Stephanie. Stephanie, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. This is Stephanie again. Stephanie Ruiz. Like I said prior, I would like to not state my address, but this question is for you, Mr. Mayor. You declared a state of emergency for Saturday's permitted march and protest in downtown Graham. Was this based on evidence or fears of potential violence by the organizers or participants of the protest? Or was it based upon evidence or fears of violence by counter protesters like Act Back, Reopen NC, Pro Statue?
You know, you're not supposed to talk but once, but I will tell you that I cannot answer that, as you well know.
Okay.
But I appreciate the question.
Which just follows me to ask, is law enforcement monitoring social media and other sources to watch local citizens involved in above mentioned groups? And I ask this because I'm more than sure you all have seen the pictures of, you know, Terry Johnson consoling Gary Williamson, the founder and most vocal member of Act Back. So you don't think this makes us stand as a leader in our community? You know,
you do know we can't comment on what you're asking, right?
Okay.
All right, I'm sorry. Once this is over with, ask me the same question.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I just think that as leaders of our community, you know, like Crystal was saying, everything you guys do, you know, makes a point in our community. So just with these pictures going around, it shows a lot of people what's going around in our county at the moment.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Jeff.
Next one is Casey. Casey, go ahead. You've been unmuted.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I had actually emailed you previously about the bell, and I just wanted to get some insight on that. But I have to admit, this is my first city council meeting that I've sat in and listened to you guys, and I want you to know that I appreciate the time that you take and the effort that you make to make our city better. I know sometimes it's a very thankless job, and I just wanted to commend you on that. And specifically you, Mr. Mayor, I didn't know a lot about you before this meeting. I did have a preconceived notion of you. And I want to say that you have changed my mind, and I appreciate you as a leader of our town. I have to say I have the complete opposite view of Jennifer Talley after this meeting, not because of anything that she did on social media, but I found her to be very unprofessional during this meeting towards you and the other members. That being said, I have seen the social media posts that others have talked about, and I find it disheartening for a community leader to promote those types of things. And I won't go any further than that. I feel like it was very unprofessional for her, and hopefully she has learned from that and she'll move on from that.
Would you do me before you sign off? I need your name and address.
Casey Eggleston, and I'd rather not put my address publicly.
That's fine. I will answer your question about the bail, or did you hear my answer earlier?
Yes, I heard your answer. I guess my question to follow up that is, I understand it's on loan. However, with your reasoning behind that, you were worried about it being damaged. I know that you can't speak on the Confederate monument, but that also is not necessarily owned by the city. It's, from my understanding, owned by the Daughters Confederacy. Would that same logic not apply to that monument? Because a lot of it is being worried that there's going to be damage, and that's why we put officers there to monitor the area, but specifically to protect that monument. Do we not worry that that's going to be damaged? I, for one, am not one for it to be demolished, broken down. I'm a historian, and I feel like it should be put in a place where it can get context and continuity for everybody to understand. But my fear is that maybe it will get damaged as well. And why would you not take those same precautions as you did with the bell?
Okay, thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
No, I can't talk about the last portion.
I
you asked.
understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff, who's next?
Next person on the list, Mr. Mayor, is showing up as Nathan. Nathan, you've been unmuted. Go ahead.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, this is Nathan Griffin. You and I have passed 1 or 2 emails back and forth. How are you?
I am wonderful, Mr. Griffin. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, sir. Hey, City Council, I appreciate you guys all being here at 10:30 at night. It's a long one, I know. I actually wasn't going to speak. I just wanted to make a quick comment, and I appreciate your limitations in speech due to the current lawsuit or court case. I just wanted to say that, it's a shame because I believe that conversation and dialogue is really the way forward. I know that the city of Graham, the residents, city council, city officials, local police force, county police force, are all under a lot of pressure right now. And it's a shame that a month or two ago, before there was a lawsuit limiting your ability as a city to speak on these issues, that the city of Graham didn't take a moment to come to a table with people in the community and actually have a conversation and actually state where, as a city, you stood. I understand as individuals, you are separate from your positions, from your elected positions as city council members and mayor. As elected officials, you folks have a job to do that is to support your community as a whole. That may or may not necessarily be who you are as individuals. You may have different opinions at times, and I know that makes your jobs difficult as elected officials. But I wanted to say that it's a shame that at this point, you folks as a city can't speak to where the city stands in regards to things like Black Lives Matter, in regards to things like the monument, in regards to things like what the local police force is doing regarding, police practices in the county. It's just, it's one of those things where I think the city missed their mark. And it's a real shame because I believe that 2 months from now, when the legal issues have all come to a close in whatever manner they will, it's going to be almost too late for the city. You folks, I think, should have stepped up when this started and really made a statement about where you stand as a city and not just stayed silent, because I think a lot of the things that we are seeing now in the city of Graham are happening because the city did not take a position. The city did not say anything other than there's two of you on a sidewalk with a sign, that's not going to work. You're going to have to go home now. And literally that was it. There was no transparency from the city, and it's a real shame. It was disappointing as somebody who has a business in the city and is also looking at buying property in the city to become an actual resident, so that I can engage in more ways than simply through Zoom city council meetings. So that's all. I wanted to say I appreciate the position you guys are all in. I know it's a difficult one. I truly believe that regardless of opinions, dialogue is the way forward. And the fact that it didn't happen when it happened, I think is going to make the future, at least for the next 6 months to a year, really difficult in Graham. And I hope that we can all learn that really dialogue on Facebook or as a city council, it's the way to do this. It's the way to figure out how we can move forward as a community, not just as individual groups. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Nathan. Jeff, anybody else?
Last one, Mr. Mayor, Colleen Leonard.
Can you hear me, Ms.
Leonard? Muted. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, this is Colleen Leonard. I can give you my address afterwards. I don't feel comfortable sharing it publicly. I'm a resident of Graham. I live out towards Taxpaha. And my question is, can you, Mr. Mayor, and the City Council explain the process that you use in declaring a state of emergency and/or curfews? How is the intelligence gathered? Does the police department or the sheriff's department make the recommendation to the city, and then the council votes and signs off, or does the city make the call to law enforcement? How are credible threats assessed and evaluated? Has the peaceful nature of Saturday's protest and all the peaceful protests prior to that caused you to reevaluate your criteria for declaring a state of emergency? By continuing to needlessly call a state of emergency every time there is a peaceful protest scheduled in our city, we are fueling a false narrative to some business owners that they need to be fearful of peaceful members of their community wanting change. Not only fearful, but hateful. Hate because they don't understand. Hate because they're losing money in an already difficult time. Hate because they've been told to be afraid, not only by the media, but by their community leaders. And hate because they are unwilling to change to make their community more accepting of views that aren't through a white lens. Someone on this very council has even expressed fear because, yes, this is true, the protesters were all wearing black. I'm not a very scary person, and if you've ever met me, Jennifer Talley, just because I'm wearing black does not mean that I'm a scary outsider. I live in this community and I care very much for it, so that is very troubling for me. These fearful businesses are not only shutting down and losing out on money that people would be very happy to invest in the community, but arming themselves and promoting violence upon fellow community members whose opinions they don't agree with. That's all.
Thank you, ma'am. You know we can't answer that question, right?
Yes.
Okay. After this lawsuit, get up with me and I'll answer it for you, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Or better
All
yet,
right.
read what was on there, not a version of what was on there.
I'm happy to chat with you anytime.
Okay. Jeff, anybody?
No, sir, Mr. Mayor, there's no more.
Okay, so let's poll everybody and call it a night. Nathan, have you got anything?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, just one quick piece. The council had requested on behalf of Alamance Community College looking into lowering the speed limit on, I get them confused, Jimmy Kerr, the road in front of Alamance Community College there. That was done, if I remember right, about 18 months ago. NCDOT finally responded and said, based on the results of my investigations and the federal highway guidelines that I must follow, the 45-mile-per-hour speed limit is appropriate for the road conditions. So they're not going to abide by the request of the community college. I do think that there is some room if the council wishes to take action upon it to have their recommendation also hold weight, but NCDOT is not interested in doing it at this time.
As a volunteer firefighter and a career firefighter, I run all the calls down there, the wrecks that we have down there. I would love for the staff to write up something that we could post next month.
Yes.
Is that suitable with the rest of the council? Okay. Let's write up something that we can say, yeah, that needs to be changed, because we are running wrecks down there right and left. And it's one of our longer runs. Is that it, Nathan?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor.
Aaron, have you got anything?
No, sir.
Brian,
No, sir.
Darcy,
No, sir.
Frankie,
Real quickly, one of the public commenters asked about our demographics of our law enforcement. We do publish those demographics regularly. I'll cover them real briefly, but I have a more detailed analysis here that I can share. But 16.6% of total sworn staff are made up of African American or Hispanic. 16.6% of our current sworn staff are female. Just some really quick statistics there. Can share detailed information if someone would like that. That's all I have, Mayor.
thank you, sir. All right, polling the council. Melody, please. You still with us, Melody?
Yes, sir, I am. No, thank you. I had to unmute. Sorry.
Okay. Ricky Howe,
I have nothing, Mayor.
Chip,
No, sir.
Jennifer.
Just want to remind everybody to, come to downtown Graham. We love everyone coming to downtown Graham. We try to promote Graham as much as we can. Hopefully we'll be able to have some events soon, which will hopefully bring everyone together. We had a good weekend this past weekend. All of my businesses were open with the exception of the one place that's still closed due to COVID-19. So employees were working and, very happy that those people are able to do that during this time that's really difficult for a lot of people. And we just encourage everybody to just keep coming downtown and seeing making this town better. I think that's one thing that we all want to work for, is to make this town better.
Thank you, ma'am. I want all of you to remember Jimmy Lambert. The funeral will be Thursday, the visitation tomorrow night. That's our part-time firefighter for the city of Graham, full-time firefighter for the city of Chapel Hill. Very nice young man. Well, young, he wasn't 50 yet, so he's pretty young. With that, I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I need a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank everybody. We appreciate the input. We will see you next time.